Good morning. Good morning, Lucas. Let me see. Let me read. Good morning, Kirby. Good morning, Uria. Good morning, Slime Maverick. Hachiko, welcome. What do the crown means, or what does it do? It just looks cute, or what? What is it? Wait. What do you mean? Wait, you mean the what do you mean? The crown? What crown? I don't get. I don't get it. What crown? What crown? Oh boy. It's just a few days. Just when I finished collecting some information for today's topic, a brand new topic just started imposing itself on everyone. I'm sure some of you probably who are on X will know what topic I'm referring to, but I guess I'll talk about it if you are not aware later, okay? So much stress. Holy moly. It's just the stress of do you know that feeling where you get a lottery but it's the reverse lottery? Do you know that? Where if you are unlucky, you quote unquote strike the lottery and you get a bad outcome instead of a good outcome. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it really is like that. What do the crown means? Hachiko, I really don't know what you're referring to. What is it about the crown? Hold on, let me have a look. Are you talking about wait, just give me a few seconds. Are you talking about the start and the interlude screens? Hold on. Let me have a look. No? No crowns? I don't know what you're referring to. If you want the answer, just explain to me what you're referring to, maybe. I may or may not know what you're referring to. Ken, welcome, good morning. Burger Cat, welcome, good morning. The crown beside the names. Oh! Crown is... That means I'm the streamer. Yeah, I am the streamer and the admin. That's what it means. That's what it means, Hachiko. That's what it means. I think that's what it means. Straightforward. So I am the monarch. I am the emperor of this stream. I am the emperor of this stream. Oh, the crown of it. Oh, that one, the rankings. I guess it's some arbitrary ranking system. It's the arbitrary ranking system that I don't know how it even works. Apparently, if you are the most active chatter on the stream, as at the time, you get assigned a crown. Norbury, shut up. We are going to have a long horrible topic today, so in the meantime, let me just do my dailies and not get too stressed, okay? Burger Cat, shut up. Everyone shut up. Yes, Division 2 is fun. I always, for some reason, go back to the game. It's fun. Where is... I am meeting the winds, as they say. So what's mine? You sign it? Oh, it's just... So, I don't get it. Oh, I'm done. We're to the next daily logins. Hello, Zeddy, welcome. It kinda is, isn't it? Let me have a look. Don't have enough energy, so I'll just do some bosses. I'll just do some solo world bosses, I guess. I'll do some solo world bosses. I have to practice this so I can do... Well, I need to farm some materials to start off with. It's part of my... For those of you who are new here, and I don't think most of you are too new, but yes, I do dailies before the stream starts, usually.
战争英魂，助我破阵！
Hello, Agricola, welcome.
归来！
Yeah, nice to see you again. I haven't seen you in a while too. Well, thank you for dropping by today. Today is quite a topic. It's not really quite. It's kind of like me watching from the sidelines kind of topic. There's another topic, but I have to leave that for another day, unfortunately, because this topic is too long. But maybe I'll briefly talk about it when the stream starts. I'll briefly talk about it. The latest one. Ooh, let's have a look. What happened? Oh yeah, you're just posting a bunch of funny Banmin emotes. I like this emote, they're also cute. Okay. Almost done. What else do I have in mind? Oh yeah, let's have a look at the guild firstly, though I want to go back to where do I want to go? Where do I want to go? What else? 62,884. No rent. No one else is paying rent other than 3, 4, and 0. Other than these two. Co-op exploration. Co-op exploration, what am I going to do with that? It's a coach. Oh, fast travel. Look at this really big land. If I can somehow keep enough rent to maintain the guild, it would be so nice to build stuff here. But of course there's a really big if. Because the other lurkers who are in the guild are not pulling their weight, unfortunately. Look at this. Only 3, 4, and 0. Everyone else seems really quiet. I'm so sad. So sad. There's a whole different topic I probably have to take my time to research onto. In the meantime, maybe I will keep crafting a divine bow. See if I can make a gold bow. That is not what I want. That's not what I want. That is not what I want. The gold bows are impossible to craft. It's just so difficult to get a gold bow. Look at all this crap. I don't need any of this. I don't need purple gear. I don't need any of this. Wait, let me have a look. Let's see. Grade 8 divine bows. I'll buy a whole bunch and just craft. And I have enough. That's kind of crap, isn't it? That's crap. That's really crap. Just buy a bunch. How about a whole bunch of crap? Oh, finally a gold bow. Okay, this wasn't a waste of time after all. That's nice. That's very nice. Hold on. Oh no. I need to just level up this bow. Tune. Maybe I'll just spend one. All right. Oh, that one. That was a long time ago, isn't it? Hachikyo? It was a long time ago, I recall. That was it was when the game just came out, actually. It was a nothing burger. To me, at least. Perfect. Now I've got enough. 35 power. Oh, that for 35 power. Worth it. Very worth it. Yes, Marshmallow, we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about that later on, Marshmallow, when the stream starts. That will be the second part of the stream, but the first part of the stream we all know what's going to be about. Let me see, what's my power now? I have a lot. Nope. Path guide. Nope. Details. Nope. Improvement guide. That's right. I need to get a better thumb ring. Why can't I? Wait, why can I not, Oh well, good enough. No, nothing good. Nothing good. Nothing good. Okay, that's it. Zero, you are joining in, are you? Let's see what you are gonna do. Okay. Try and take your time. Does anyone like us want maintenance time or what? Maintenance time, some features are unavailable. Oh! You would think more devs know how to create something like this. A maintenance time where the servers do not completely shut down, all of them. You would be surprised. Electronic control, we're gonna talk about it briefly. Yes, that is yes, you're correct. You're correct, controller, electronic controller, you're correct. There is a very big incident with YouTube right now. And long story short, Neil Mohan, with his usual obsession with AI moderation tools, caused problems. Big surprise, big shock, big shock. Oh my goodness, imagine my shock. We're gonna talk about it later. And Zero, I hope you get in here soon because stream's about to start soon. Alright, so what do you want to do, Zero? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Oh, okay. Too bad, Zero. They are fixing the PvP. It is what it is. They're fixing the PvP. So, I guess we'll have to do it another time. Okay? Just as well, because I have to... Just as well, Zero, I have to get started. Okay, I have to get started. So, I'm going to take a short break and I'm going to prepare myself, okay? I'm going to take a short break, maybe 2 minutes, and I'll be back with you and we can get started. Oh boy, today is going to be quite a topic. One topic I have to I researched and planned it a bit in advance, and this new topic, holy crap, I probably have to spend a bit more time to do a dedicated stream for that topic, but I want to talk about it a bit for today, okay? But I'll see you in a few minutes. 676767676767. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, something's going to happen to you at 3 a.m. tonight. In your DMs, you might see blackmail material of yourself. $5 a month. Okay, in all seriousness, we're going to start. Let me just set my screen. Where is it? There we go. I'm going to start off with, well, this is how I feel about incidents that have been happening in game companies and YouTube. This is the feeling I'm getting. This is the vibe I'm getting. The World Economic Forum is after all of us, Lucas. The World Economic Forum is after all of us. We will own nothing and we will be happy. We will live in the pod. We will live in the pod and we will only be receiving government stipends every single month. We do not have the right to be successful. We do not have the right to make it big for ourselves. We do not have the right to make profit. We do not have the right to make money. We only receive our sustenance by the grace of the governments and the corporations. That's how I feel after finding out all of this news. What do I mean by that? I'm going to start off with the smaller topic. I'm going to dedicate this into a big topic depending on how serious it's going to get. But, long story short, let's get started. Let's get very, very started. This is an example. It's getting worse. Long story short, it's getting worse. This is an example. So another VTuber who is like another up-and-coming VTuber, Cinever, she just made a post yesterday talking about how her channel got arbitrarily demonetized. There was no explanation. And apparently, there are no humans managing the YouTube team. Apparently. And she's just one example, by the way. She is just one example. A lot of people are affected. A lot. I've been seeing so many posts from different content creators, different YouTubers saying the same thing. That all of a sudden, for no reason whatsoever, they just started. Either their channels lost monetization or their channels are outright suspended. And the common statements that's being brought up is, firstly, inauthentic content. That is the biggest vague nonsense that has been shoved down people's throat over the random unexplained demonetizations and random unexplained suspensions. And I'm going to reshare Master of the TDS because he and his wife have brought up a pattern. So I'll take a chance to recap this part again.
I was given information from a source that is very reliable. Less than half of its former human workforce is even still there.
What can trigger a flag? Channels without a visible human presence may be misinterpreted. AI-generated or over-stylized thumbnails can increase the chance of being flagged. Long-form content with little visual variation may be seen as inauthentic. The system may fail to recognize creators if visual cues don't match traditional patterns.
AI is not going to watch your entire stream. It's not going to watch an entire video. What it is going to do is it's going to take frames from different parts of your videos and analyze them based on the transcripts and whatever, and use that information to make decisions. It's going to identify what your thumbnail is, what your topic is, what is going on in the beginning, middle, and end of your video, and that's it. If you think that that you didn't get a human to review your channel, the answer is yes, because there's not many of them to review your channel. I was given information.
So long story short, all of the staples of old YouTube videos, you know, the old commentary videos where I think even Turkey Tom, Tom Dark, and all of those, all of the older days, back in the older days. So you have your Pyrocynicals, you have your Tom Dark. Funnily enough, you also have your, what's the guy, Leafy, yep. Those commentary channels are going to be in a lot of trouble as well. Not just as quote-unquote AI slop channels. So let's say you are a commentary channel. You talk about important topics, but like many people on the internet, you are reserved on showing your face in front of a camera, and there's a fine. That is completely fine. There's a completely fine justification, completely fine reason, because you do you, but still, you are a commentary channel. You talk, you give your opinions, you sometimes give news, and what you do, you overlay a game. You overlay yourself playing a video game, and you just upload that as like background video. What is important is your voice. What is important is the topics you're talking about. And if what is being discovered by people like TDS and people like other people who have been struck down by YouTube so far, touch wood, honestly, I pray for no one else gets falsely struck, but I'm not holding my breath. But again, I'm praying no one else gets innocently struck by incompetent AI, slut moderators, but still, I'm not holding my breath on that. But yeah, if you are one of those, the good old days of YouTube where you make commentary videos and overlay your gameplay in front of it, those days are... Neil Mohan, the CEO of YouTube, is making your life miserable because of it. Because screw you for choosing not to show your face in front of a camera. Screw you for only deciding to talk and let the video just be background. You do not deserve to be successful. You do not deserve to make money. That's what I think. I think that is the message. I wouldn't dare say that's his intention, the CEO's intention, but that is the vibe I am getting. He can very well deny it. He probably will deny it on his social media platforms. But that is the vibe I'm getting. Screw you. Seriously, that's what he thinks. That's what he thinks. For no reason at all. And this is not my opinion, by the way. This is not my opinion. He said it himself. He said, screw you for complaining. I'm doubling down on AI moderation. So, I suspect, like I said here, like I said in this post, this is what your obsession with AI moderation has created. CEO of YouTube. Legions of false suspensions and demonetization. Innocent creators getting punished for no reason. Your AI moderators perform poorly, and there's nowhere near enough humans in Team YouTube to fix things. That is true. That is very, very true. And I still think so. YouTube has to start rehiring as many humans as possible, because this AI thing, it's not working. It's not working. It is very much not working. We always rag on Twitch for shortchanging VTubers, always. But with this new AI policy, that this joke of a decision, being made by the CEO of YouTube is going to make the VTuber shortchanging look like a free and open fair market. Because everyone's going to get screwed over. Everyone. They already see it. From channels that post Roblox content. From channels that produce animations and music, AMVs. For channels that are, of course, your VTuber channels. And then there's, of course, your commentary channels. All of them, so many of them getting struck down. And honestly, it's sad. What if their entire livelihood was on YouTube? What if? What if? What if they make just enough money that it constitutes as a 9-to-5 job? What if? And suddenly, YouTube, for no reason whatsoever, completely demonetizes the channel for what? Because their stupid AI can't see the difference between referencing something or unironically believing that the person is saying something they believe in. That the incompetent AI is unable to distinguish between contexts. And I want you to remember as well, because I want you to remember as well, this is Google Gemini doing all of the AI moderation. And we know how bad Google Gemini is. We know. I have seen it. Every time I do a search on Google for random things, Google Gemini's AI will give completely wrong information. And I'm going to illustrate to you later an example of Google Gemini's AI doing something really stupid in the follow-up topic. But long story short is, if you, in terms of the worst AI available on the internet right now, the bottom three, in my opinion, are Copilot, Meta's AI, and Google Gemini. They are horrible. They are horrible. They do nothing correctly. They do absolutely nothing correctly. Nothing at all. I can literally ask the easiest question. I can literally ask one of the easiest questions from Google's Gemini AI, and I'll cross-reference it with the publicly available source of information. So for instance, a Steam page, a Steam FAQ, okay? I can read the Steam FAQ and I can read the Google Gemini output, and both of them relay completely different information on the same topic. And just so happens one of the topics involved is the whole 30-day periodic check of licenses. And you know what the clown that is Google Gemini did? You know what the clown that Google Gemini did? Firstly, I look into the source material. I looked into the source. So I found out those information about the 30-day so-called license scanning online for Steam. And apparently, when I look at the source, it's basically proving that the 30-day thing was disinformation, which means it was factually false. It was being pushed as a lie by a group of people, and one of the accounts was debunking everything by showing how the inner workings of Steam and how it works with its game. And another one, also that one directly references Steam actual FAQ on offline games, and also zero mention of 30-day periodic checks. But do you know what Google Gemini did? Do you know what it did? It went into that post from the person who was debunking, calling the 30-day check disinformation. The Google Gemini just took the information about 30-day check. It did not look at the rest of the information, which says this is false, this was made up, this was not true. It completely ignored all of that. It only took the information from the first part, which is the 30-day check. And therefore, the output from the Google Gemini says that some Steam games have 30-day checks. So that is how unreliable Google Gemini is. It literally shares incomplete or outright false information. And Neil Mohan, the CEO of YouTube, in his great wisdom, decides to use Google Gemini AI to do moderation for YouTube. So tell me, does that sound like a good idea to you? Does that really sound like a good idea to you? It's already bad enough Neil Mohan is using AI to do moderation for YouTube. Is another stack of nonsense. It's worse. It is worse that he's using Google Gemini. So it's like hiring a vegan to run your steakhouse, and it's not just a vegan chef, but it's a vegan who was cleaning dishes before he got hired into the head chef position. That is the analogy. You didn't even just hire a vegan to run your steakhouse. You hired a vegan who does not know how to cook to run a steakhouse. And that is why YouTube's AI moderation is so bad. It's completely trash. That is why. Any questions? Depending on how much worse this is going to get, or if touch would I get personally affected by it, I will talk about it a little more. It really depends. I really don't know whether it will get any worse. I hope it does not. I hope someone somewhere in YouTube actually tries to fix things. Alright. Questions, queries on this really short talk about the topic? I hate Gemini. I do not like Gemini. I do not like Copilot. You know why? Gemini and Copilot are forced onto me. I had to uninstall. It came with the Windows updates. I had to uninstall it. It's useless to me. I had to uninstall it, and it takes my personal information. No, I will not let that happen. And of course, Google Gemini. I hate it I strongly dislike Google Gemini purely from a performance standpoint. What do I mean by that? Let's say you ask Google Gemini 100 questions, okay? Oh no, for even simpler, you ask Google Gemini 10 questions. It can get correct information probably, if you're being generous, 3 of the 10 times. If you're generous. If you're generous and it's on a good day, 3 of the 10 times. And if you're not lucky, 10 out of 10. If it's on a bad day, 10 out of 10, the information you ask, Google Gemini will give the wrong information. That's how bad it is. Feral Potato, welcome. But yeah, Zavok. Some things require humans, and the problem is that we are not. Here's the thing. The only way AI can competently do a job like YouTube moderation, the only way is if it can break the Turing test. And how do you have an AI that breaks the Turing test? You need to be at least a type 1 civilization. We are in a type 0 civilization. Our technology is not elaborate enough. Our technology is not advanced enough. And AI is the forefront of technology, like it or not. You can't just make an AI and think that it's going to replace humans. That is stupid, and if I dare say, that is a mentally challenged mindset. A thoroughly mentally challenged mindset. And all of these executives in Google, on YouTube, in Microsoft, the OpenAI cloud that is Sam Altman, they are all really, really stupid to unironically believe that AI can replace human competency. That is stupid. That is stupid. That's what you get. That's what you get. That is what you get. Neil Mohan, this is what you get. You wanted to save money by relying on broken AI? You want to save money on relying on an AI that is so undercooked, underbaked, and incompetent that you're willing to fire people just so you can save a few dollars? It's on you. It's on you. And we're paying the price for it. All of us are paying the price for it. The YouTubers, the VTubers, all of the content creators who are part of the ecosystem of YouTube, they're all paying the price for yours, for your greed, for your selfishness, for your stinginess, and for the idiocy that is to think that AI is your solution for human problems. That is stupid. But yeah, this is a topic for another time, and I've spent like it's okay, 25 minutes talking about it briefly, which is okay. I hope it does not get worse, but I have a feeling it will before it gets better. So if you run a YouTube channel, if you're a streamer, you're a VTuber, or you're a content creator on YouTube right now, I pray for you just like you pray for me. Okay? We are going to pray for each other. I hope that we do not strike the lottery per se. We do not strike the lottery of the AI acting stupid on our channel. We can only hope, we can only pray for now. And I hope that YouTube fixes this eventually. This cannot be tolerated. This should not be acceptable. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Alright. Any questions before we move on to the next topic? And oh boy, the next topic is going to be a long one. Let me just read some of the chat. I'll see what you have said so far, because the moment I sometimes struggle to read the comments. What if AI is trying to turn people against each other? No surprise. Humans are doing a great job to be fair, humans are doing a great job at that already. If anything, AI does not have much to do in that regard. Humans do this so well, so damn well, which is depressing in its own way. Very depressing in its own way, honestly. Yes, correct. Even without AI, humans love attacking each other. Oh, by the way, I did say hello to you, Josh, so hello to you, welcome. Alright, I don't think anyone else has any further questions, so I can move on to Wei Fa, welcome. Good evening to you too. Thank you for being here and sit back. Hopefully you can relax on this topic that I'm bringing up. Hopefully. But I hope you are comfortable as we start diving into this topic. Okay. Let me start with a question. This is a new topic. Let me start with a question. Welcome, Potato. Welcome. Let me start with a question. How many of you remember the Xbox One reveal event back in 2013? How many of you? How many of you remember? All right, we can start with that, okay? Long story short. The previous head of Xbox before Uncle Phil Spencer, was a guy named Don Metric. You may or may not have heard that name before, but he has developed quite the reputation when he unveiled for the first time the Xbox One back in 2013 in the review event. And let's just say it was quite the review event. And I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you a bunch of videos. Hold on. I'm going to show you we're going to show you two videos. I'm going to show you two videos, okay? This was the Xbox One review event. And just to preface this, okay? This was hot on the heels of Xbox 360. Undeniably, the Xbox 360 had defeated the PlayStation 3 in that console cycle. There were so many Xbox 360 fans, and the PlayStation 3 fans were still admirable, quite large, but they did not beat Xbox 360. Xbox 360 came out on top. And so, Microsoft was riding high. Microsoft was riding high from the Xbox 360 success, and people had high expectations for the Xbox One, which was, well, let's just say it was a lot of gamers look forward to it. And this was the entirety of the Xbox One event review in 1 minute 40 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Xbox One.
TV experience. TV and movies. TV. Xbox. Watch TV. TV. Watch TV. TV remote. TV experience. TV. Sports TV. Anybody? TV. Xbox, go home.
TV.
Sports.
Television.
Television, TV. Xbox is about to become the next water cooler. Sports,
television. I'm thrilled to announce a live-action Halo television series.
Television, TV, sport.
Television, TV. For Call of Duty.
Call of Duty, an entirely new Call of Duty for the next generation. Call of Duty.
One of the fascinating new additions to your squad is a dog. This is someone you care about. Call of Duty.
Fish AI. Fish AI. They forgot Fish AI. They forgot the Fish AI. But that's just part 1. There's a part 2. And it's worse. It's what? It was worse. This broke. This basically fractured in one day. In just one day. I mean, the Xbox 360 fans were like, TV, sports, Call of Duty, that's fine. But this was what broke them. This was what turned almost every single Xbox 360 fan against Xbox.
Great line for games.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I think people are going to love it, and then they're going to understand what we're trying to create and how it links games and entertainment, the functionality of the box, some of the advantages that you get of having a box that is designed to use an online state. So that, to me, is a future-proof choice, and I think people could have arguably gone the other way if we didn't do it, and fortunately we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Right. So stick with 360. That's your message if you don't, like it?
If you have zero access to the internet, that is an offline device. I mean, seriously, when I read the blogs and thought about who's really the most impacted, there was a person who said, hey, I'm on a nuclear sub, and I don't even know what it means to be on a nuclear sub, but I've got to imagine that it's not easy to get an internet connection.
This was what broke. This was what broke the Xbox One's reveal. This was the reason the Xbox One was on the back foot against the PS4 for its entire life cycle. And there is a reason why it was always online. And this was what was... Don actually wasn't very clear about this when it was announced, but in all these subsequent interviews he did bring it up. DRM. That's why the Xbox console had to be always online, because of DRM. And what type of DRM? Well, for games. DRM for games. Let's say you pay $60. Back then it was like $60 for a game. You pay $60 for a game. You register to an Xbox device and that's it. That's it. You cannot lend that game off to a friend of yours to play on their Xbox. No. That copy of that game is linked to you and you have to be connected to the internet for that DRM to be registered so that you can play the damn game. That was the biggest reason why Xbox One flopped. There was no coming back from that blunder. It was a blunder. To us gamers, to us who play games, to us as customers, it was a blunder of unimaginable proportions. It was such a big blunder, in fact. See, what's this? I added another link, but I don't know what this is about. We can watch a little bit of this. Okay? We already know the presentation of them. We'll just go to this part.
May 21st, 2013. A day that lives in infamy for Xbox. Don Matrick walked on stage like it was a victory lap. This was supposed to be a crowning achievement. Instead, a tech titan lit itself on fire and the world watched it burn. Millions tuned in, expecting games, innovation, a bold leap forward for Xbox. What they got instead was TV demos, voice commands, cable partnerships.
That means all of you Xbox fans will get more new, innovative games than ever before.
All that is going to change with Xbox One.
Because today, Team Xbox is on a new mission by harmonizing your experiences. TV becomes more intelligent. Can we take what you love and make it home entertainment system? TV and entertainment, live and recorded television, sports and movies. NFL on Xbox, transforming TV experiences.
Xbox on. Xbox, watch TV. Live TV, go to TV. Watch TV, watch TV. Entire TV experience. Could turn on your TV, live TV. Turn on their TV. TV and movies, watch TV. You can do it with live TV. Watch TV and watch MTV. All the TV shows, truly intelligent TV. Skype and live TV. Watch ESPN to control your entire TV experience. All right, finally, let's tackle what I think is the biggest challenge with watching TV. Go to Internet Explorer.
Television shows on breaking television. The television viewing experience, TV on
This is
Xbox, TV
disgusting.
becomes social than live sports.
Halo
I am
television
not
series.
this. There's a reason. There's a reason why executives are will always have that stereotype of being so out of touch with their core consumer base. It's a running joke. It is a running joke. If I'm a gamer, I don't give a shit. I don't give a crap about TV. I don't give a crap about sports. I don't give a crap that I can say, hello Xbox, please turn on. No. I want my games. I want my first party. I want my console exclusive. If I were an Xbox fan, I want my console exclusives and I want my games. That is all I care about. And maybe I want a nice, comfortable controller. That's about it.
Halo to Xbox as a premium television series.
Oh, nice.
Xbox is about to become the next water cooler.
Xbox, go home. Pretty cool, huh? Let's see that again.
It was a full hour of Microsoft telling gamers, hey, remember all that stuff you love? Well, forget it, we've moved on. And then came the 3 decisions that broke everything.
Yes.
First, always-on connectivity. The Xbox One would have to check in with Microsoft servers every 24 hours, or it would stop working entirely. No offline mode, no exceptions. Second, Connect required. You'd think Microsoft would have learned from Sony's mistake when they forced a pricey Blu-ray drive into the PS3, driving up the cost and pushing away gamers. But no, Microsoft didn't learn from their failure. Instead, they did the same exact thing with Kinect. They bundled it, they inflated the price, and they told everyone at the time, the console won't even work unless Kinect is plugged in. Which, by the way, wasn't really true. Third, DRM lockdown. Used games restricted.
There we go. Always online and DRM, those were the nails. Those were the biggest nails. Kinect, people hated it, but it had nothing on this too. Always online and DRM.
A gaming ritual of lending, selling, or trading discs with friends, gone. Each game would be tied to one account. Sharing, nearly impossible. In fact, this announcement wasn't just hated by the community. GameStop, the largest games retailer at the time, also hated the announcement. Used games were their lifeblood, a core part of their business model. So when Microsoft revealed that physical games would be tied to a single account and sharing them would be restricted, Wall Street noticed. GameStop's stock plunged 13% almost overnight. Under Matrix's leadership, Microsoft wasn't asking gamers what they wanted, they were dragging them into a future they didn't ask for. The new console, dubbed the Xbox One, was presented as an all-in-one media center. Sure, it played games, but that wasn't the focus. No, the real spotlight was on how it would change channels, call your mom on Skype, or pull up fantasy football stats while you watch the NFL. And when games finally do show up, they feel like a checkbox on a corporate presentation. Call of Duty would have some exclusive content, FIFA would have some special features, but where are those system sellers? The innovation that makes gamers desperate to upgrade to a new console. And somehow...
Welp, I think you get the point. It was so bad, in fact, this incident spawned a meme. It became a meme, and it became the one incident that basically painted the winner of the next generation of consoles before it even started. Before it even started, okay? That's how much of a big deal it was. So, after the Xbox One reveal, after that one, Shuhei Yoshida, who was at that time the head of PlayStation, he released, I think it was a day or two later, a tutorial video. A tutorial video of the upcoming PlayStation 4, and specifically how you share games with your friends and family. And it was a very well-received video when it came out.
This is how you share your games on PS4. Thanks.
PlayStation. And just like that, the PS4 won the entire generation. The PS4 destroyed Xbox One. There was no way. Yeah, sure. They turned tail. Everything was reversed. Sure. Don Matching reversed everything. They reversed the always online. He reversed the DRM. So, they panicked. Really, Microsoft panicked so hard, they got rid of the 3 biggest problems of the Xbox One. They removed compulsory Kinect and made it as an optional add-on, which they will charge extra money so that you get the base version of the Xbox One at a lower price. Which is shocking to me because they should have done that from the start. I don't know why. Well, in hindsight, we kind of know why. Back then. At the end of the day, everyone wants to spy on everyone. But anyway, that's beside the point. Microsoft also got rid of the always online requirement as well. So you can turn on your Xbox One without an internet connection. And then lastly, they disabled all the DRMs for game. The DRM system for Xbox One games. It made news. In hindsight, that probably saved the Xbox One. But fact remains, they lost. Xbox lost their console war before it even started. So yeah, these are old news, but Don Machi, president of Microsoft Business, wrote that the company had listened to candid feedback from gamers. You should have known from the start. You out-of-touch executive. Before listing the changes, the explanation reads, "You told us how you love the flexibility you have today with games delivered on this ability." How the hell do you not know this? This is why executives are a joke. Executives everywhere are a joke. I can put in one hand. I can count in one hand how many executives actually know what they're doing. Just another long line of incompetent execs. But yeah, this was so stupid, it was out of touch, it was ridiculous. Attempts to sell and give away box copies controlled by details. Company will work with selected retail partners for sale of pre-owned titles, and their publishers may have the opportunity to charge purchasers of second-hand discs for the right to play. This was what was the problem. But this is old news. Fact is, this is old news, and it's kind of, you already heard from me the long and short story of the Xbox One incident. Well, every single game company after that, Nintendo and Sony specifically, they considered what Don Metric thing at that time. Well, we thought when Sony did the cheeky, you can share your PS4 games with someone else thing, we thought they agreed with the gamers that this whole DRM and always online nonsense was a blunder unique to the out-of-touch executive that was Don Metric. We thought, that was what we thought. Legitimately, that was what we thought for years. For years. We always thought, oh, at least Sony does not shove all this DRM nonsense down our throats the same way Xbox does. And Don Metric, he kind of paid the price for it. He ended up going to Zynga. He got kicked out of Xbox and went to Zynga. And then Uncle Phil took over, as you probably already know. But now, our story is about Sony today. So, in hindsight, I came to the understanding at the very least that the corporations were criticizing Don Metric and the Xbox One reveal not because he made a blunder or he should not have done that or something like that. Not because it was a bad decision and he should be ashamed for even proposing something so unethical and consumer unfriendly. No. It turns out in hindsight, corporations like Sony, they were only critical of Don Metric because he said the quiet part out loud. He was too on the nose. He was too obvious. That was his mistake. Really. That was his mistake. That was what the issue was with the incident. They did not like how Don Metric so closely drew the entire agenda wide open by being too obvious in such a short period of time. So basically, they were I think, in my opinion, they were upset that Don Metric threw the frog into boiling water rather than putting the frog into room temperature water and slowly turning up the heat. That was why they were upset. And how did it all start? How did this whole PlayStation incident started? Well, it started, funnily enough, with a bunch of tweets and YouTube videos. So, for instance, it started with a few YouTube videos. I will show you a couple of snippets from few YouTube videos. The first one is from a channel called Modded Warfare. And Modern Warfare is basically a PlayStation modding channel. Well, it's a modding channel basically that mods consoles. And he explained the latest update with PlayStation 5.
But moving on from that, the main thing I wanted to cover in this video is that it seems that digital edition games that can be used as userland exploits are kind of off the table now due to a change that PlayStation has made to the licenses when you buy any digital games. Now, this seems to be another way that they're cracking down on different userland exploits. First of all, they got rid of the Netflix application and YouTube application that could be used as userland exploits on the PS5 by effectively forcing a license requirement on the account to be able to load those applications, whereas previously they did not require one. And then of course we also have the PlayStation View application that used to be able to be used as an entry point to trigger a kernel exploit, and they've now revoked the license on firmware 13.50, preventing the application from being loaded on that firmware. So any firmwares 13.50 and higher are not able to run PlayStation View and use that entry point. But we've always had the games that have userland exploits like Star Wars Racer Revenge, games like Don't Starve Together, and of course also Arcade Spirits, the new challengers, and the Japanese Lua games that can all be used as entry points to trigger any future kernel exploits. And so far there's not been anything they can do about that because they can't exactly just take away people's games. However, now whenever you buy any game from the PlayStation Store,
here we go.
So a couple of games I bought recently, we've got Don't Starve Together Console Edition. You can see here it now has this valid period start and end. So the start period is blank, but the end period is 14/5/2026. So I bought this game on the 14th of April, and then 1 month later, it expires. It's no longer valid. You can see it also shows remaining time 20 days. And this used to just be a thing on PlayStation Plus games that would expire, like game rentals or subscriptions that would expire after a certain period.
Yeah,
but
fair enough game rentals, but this is for, reminder, this is for fully purchased games. Allegedly fully purchased games. Because at this point, I say allegedly because did you actually buy a game? Or did you just rent it long term?
This is happening with fully purchased games now. So games that you have fully purchased, they will now expire after 30 days at the time of either purchasing it or first downloading it. So that is the big issue there. You can see I have the same problem with Star Wars Racer Revenge. Same thing. Got a start and end date, so expires in 29 days. I checked with other games that don't have known exploits. So I bought this one and it also expires. So it seems to be every game that you buy from now on. Interestingly, they don't appear to be applying this retroactively to games that you've previously purchased, because a couple of games here that I purchased on the store over 10 years ago, they do not have the 30-day expiry date. So they continue to work indefinitely. However, any new games that I purchase will expire within 30 days. So what this basically means is we can no longer rely on digital edition games. And yes, this applies to PS5 as well, even though I'm showing PS4 here. It's the same thing on the PS5 as far as
It's the same thing on the PS5 and the PS4. Both of them. And there's a very interesting implication later.
I'm aware.
We'll talk
So
about
generally
that
we
later.
cannot rely on these digital games being used as entry points to trigger kernel exploits, because once you put your console offline for over 30 days, it will then require a connection to PSN to allow you to run that game. And this applies even if you do have your console activated as primary. So you can see here expires in 29 days. And if I go into my account management, activate as your primary PS4, you can see it is already activated as my primary console. So even with your account being activated on the console, it will still expire within 30 days. This could also patch the unlimited game sharing method that repair shops were using to essentially use the revert method to activate an account that has lots of games licensed to it that were
Okay, you can get the point. That is the first video, and I'm going to show you another one, a completely different user as well. He's basically reiterating what the other video has said. Okay? Reiterating what the other video has said. So that's another one. You can look for yourself. And then this is basically a timeline of events. So the first one was that YouTube video we just showed from Modern Warfare. That was the first initial revelation of the license expiry that cropped up in the recent PlayStation firmware updates. So it's for the PS5 and the PS4. Another big account, Lance McDonald, which is this guy. He basically shared the findings from the video and amplified it on X. Then there's a third video. Let's see how.
there's a lot of discussion and a
Here's a 10-minute. There's a 10-minute video from a guy named Spawnwave.
lot of confusion right now on this Sony PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4 DRM situation. And while I know people are talking about PS4, there's certainly a lot of concern, I'd say, generated more towards the PlayStation 5. But people are still kind of unsure as to what is happening right now with this and if it's actually a thing. So I figured, you know what, while people are testing it, we can run our own test here right now. And there are a few other things I wanted to check along with this. And fortunately, with the PS5 Pro, it's pretty easy to get the CMOS battery, so this will make this a fairly quick process, but take a look at that here today. So if you guys enjoyed the video, hit the like button, subscribe if you're new. So let's start here. This is a PlayStation 5 Pro dashboard, and I am currently connected to the internet. Now, I've disconnected any kind of wireless connections just to make sure, so when I pull the Ethernet cable, it will just completely disconnect when we're ready to do that. But what we're seeing currently are that any new purchases being made as of now have this 30-day check-in period. It is invisible on the PlayStation 5, but you can see it in the information on the PlayStation 4 for each game. So what I wanted to do was check out a couple of recently purchased games, a digital game that I've had for a bit, which we can fire up.
Okay, this is the Hachiko, this is the ongoing narrative that PlayStation fanboys are pushing. Oh, just buy physical, just buy physical, just buy physical. Yes, just buy physical, but that's going to be a problem eventually. What if one day, one fine day, and you're pretty sure it's going to happen, I'm pretty sure it's going to happen eventually, suddenly games companies will be like, we have decided to phase out physical media. What if the PlayStation 6 or the whatever Xbox Series whatever that's coming out does not come with a disk drive? What happens then? What happens then? Suddenly, every single game can only be purchased digitally. Suddenly, every single game needs that 30-day license check. Funny how that works. Funny how that works. Many PC games right now, to be fair, so many games on PCs are online only. I hazard to guess most of the games we purchase now are via download. Most of the laptops we buy, gaming laptops we buy, do not come with their own disk drive. You have to buy as a separate attachment, a separate accessory now. It's gonna happen. It's not a matter of if it will happen, it's a matter of when, in my opinion. Eventually, whether it's the PlayStation 6 or the PlayStation 7, it really depends. Disk drive is not going to be part of the package. I expect that to happen eventually. The question, of course, it's when it'll happen. And at that point in time, your digital games, all the games you can play are digital only. You can only download them from a PlayStation store or an Xbox store, whatever. And surprise, surprise, the PlayStation fanboys will say, oh, this is not a big deal. Just buy physical only. This is not a big deal. Suddenly, there's no more physical. And suddenly, you have to do your license checks for a game you paid $70, $80, $100 for. Funny how that works out, huh?
I guess it's Crimson Desert. That should be fine. And then I also have a disc-based game just to make sure, because I saw some people bring that up, the question of, hold on a minute, is this the C-bomb situation again? Did Sony do something and it kind of messed up something in the back end for the PlayStation Network, and also disc-based games are affected? We can quickly figure that out with Pragmata actually in the system right now. So let's take a look at the games that I have picked up. I grabbed Saint Slayer. This is just an hour ago or so. And then I also picked up Vampire Crawlers. So both fairly cheap games. I am actually pretty interested in Saint Slayer. I've been keeping an eye on that. Should be a lot of fun. As they said, NES-style 2D action game. Looks very similar to Castlevania, although I don't think they can say like Castlevania. So that's still That should be a lot of fun there. So the idea, since I am connected to the internet,
Let me
this should just fire up and have no
go in.
problem. And so that looks
Okay.
good. And then we'll
Okay.
also fire up Vampire Crawlers. That is firing up without any issue as expected. I am connected to the internet. There should be no problems. Even if I'm not, I would also be in the 30-day check-in window. Here's Crimson Desert.
Yep.
I will fire that up just to be sure. That's kind of our control group, as I bought that, of course, when it came out last month. And also firing up without any issues here. And then finally, I will go back and I'll fire up the disc-based Pragmata game, just so we can see that all the games load up here, no problem, connect to the internet. Good game, by the way. If you have not played Pragmata, completely recommend it. I actually finished it up earlier today. So the hunt for the platinum, I don't know. We'll see, because that you got to go back through on lunatic mode, and I was a little disappointed that it wasn't New Game Plus unlocks lunatic mode to go back through with all your cool stuff, but
Lunatic mode. I like how Pragmata uses the same difficulty system as Toho.
Either way, there's still more to do. And anyway, everything here looks good. So now what? What do we have to do to simulate, say, your licenses being broken and being outside of that 30-day window? See, because you can't just check this window, since there is no there's no timer here, as you see with the PlayStation.
The last Sony system I've ever had. PS4. Trumpet, welcome. Welcome. Thank you for the gifted Versace toothbrush. Make sure to thank Trumpet. Thank you for being here again, Trumpet. And of course, thank you for supporting me always. Back then, Payday 2 was working for me every time I needed a day. It always took a more... There is a problem with the diesel engine, unfortunately. Payday 2 kind of does that stupid thing.
4, and I can
Let's continue this.
move myself there for a second. I mean, everything there looks fine, right? I also want to show that, just be thorough, when offline here currently, if I go over, I can still launch Saint Slayer, again, because I fit into that 30-day window at this point. So everything looks good there. We do now need to break the licensing and kind of simulate being out of that 30-day window. In order to do that, we got to pull the CMOS battery. As I mentioned, they made this pretty easy, so I can kind of like show and tell style this thing with our little CMOS battery door. And with one Phillips head screw, the battery comes right up, and that should now have reset our licenses. So now I just need to turn the system on, leave it disconnected from the internet, and we'll see if we can load up any of those newer games. All right, back to the dashboard. The time, you can see, is all messed up. It's supposed to be just after 4 p.m. Eastern, and it thinks it's 7 o'clock. Yeah, you can see it's defaulted back to 2011, 12/31/2011.
Wow.
7:01 p.m. Which, if I did connect to the internet, it would fix the date, the time, any of that. But with that in mind, let's see what happens here when we try to fire up Saint Slayer. And there you go. Can't use this content. Can't connect to the server. To verify your license, wait a while and then try again. Okay, so Saint Slayer does not work.
Things are gonna
Vampire
start.
Crawlers, same deal. Can't use this content.
Here
Can't connect
we
to the server
go.
to verify your license. Okay, wait a while and try again. With that in mind, Crimson Desert, again, picked that up when it, once it came out, more than a month ago now.
Let's
and
have a
we
look.
picked that guy. Yeah, looks like that one fires up no problem. Digital game. The whole idea is that this situation that's going on right now with the license check is not being retroactively applied. So any of your current digital games should not have this issue popping up.
The
We can see
finding is that
offline,
any game
CMOS
after the
reset,
update
whole
that you
thing.
bought has that
License is not
licensing
broken
problem.
for Crimson Desert. Okay, so let's go back, and I would like to check, if I could, Pragmata, although I have a little lock symbol on that guy. I do want to check Pragmata real quick to make sure. That one seems to load up fine as well. So as far as I can see right this second, those new games are affected, but any of the ones I've had already purchased, or a physical game, even one more recent like Pragmata, is not affected. But there is something I wanted to try, as this was also brought up. I want to see what happens if I go in and I fix the time manually. All right, because in some cases, licenses, especially if maybe they did something here, would still maybe need to see that it is like current year or or at least somewhat within proximity
Okay.
of, okay, yeah, it's around the time that this game released. Well, I should be able to get, I mean, somewhat
Okay.
close, maybe not exact in terms of timing, but I should be able to get, let's see, we're at 4. Okay. So I have now fixed the date manually. Let's see. Everything looks
Okay.
good there. So let's go back and we'll try to fire up. Let's see. Saint Slayer. Still same thing. Okay. Need to verify the license.
Okay.
Okay. So let's go to the same thing there. Yep. And then even though I see that lock
Okay.
symbol, by the way, on Crimson Desert, I mean, that is, that's also still loading up.
Crimson
this is
Desert
kind
launches.
of the situation that we're
Well,
seeing right
yeah,
now.
he booked
is
it
that
before the update.
at least from what I'm gathering right now with this test, yeah, there is some kind of check-in period, and I guess 30 days is being brought up. But there is certainly something happening here with digital purchases made a la carte that you would have on your account that you supposedly own that still need to be checked in for a server, even if it's full single player or what have you, that was not previously in effect, I guess, even last month. Finally, I went ahead and plugged in the LAN cable. We'll get this connected to the internet, let it be able to restore license, sync anything up that it needs to. So let's see. I am connect to the internet, and there we go.
Back in.
Loads right up. It's able to call home, restore your license, and then you're able to play without any issues. Let's go ahead, do Vampire Crawlers. Same deal. So some people were concerned that if you don't play the game or sign in for 30 days, you lose the game. Not the case, okay? It stays on your account. You just need to verify with Sony through the internet so they can do re-up your license or what have you.
Honestly, if Sony really did rob you of your game after the 30-day period, that is, again, don't metric levels of the quiet part out loud. I don't think Sonyphonia has the guts to do something so in your face. But it kind of reminds you of something, right? It kind of reminds you of an incident, doesn't it? Kind of reminds you of a certain, starting to get a little familiar now, doesn't it? Starting to get a little bit familiar. Of course, I'm jumping the gun a little bit, but you're starting to see a little bit of a ghost from the past, don't you, Lucas? You're seeing a little bit of a ghost from the past. I don't know. Let me have a look. That is an interesting question. I will dig into it. Hold on, Hachiko. I will try and look it up. I'll see whether I can find it. Okay. Oh yeah, it did happen. Let me see. Let me have a look. Yes. Thank you, Hachiko. Thank you very much, Hachiko. You are completely right. You are completely right. The PlayStation fanboys are gonna memory hold this so hard, but thank you very much, Hachiko. Thank you so much. You have given me more receipts. And I'm gonna use this against those PlayStation fanboys who are being obnoxious to me on my X. Yes, it did in fact happen. There was in fact a big PS5 server outage, and everyone who bought digital games were not allowed to play their games. Yes, it did happen. It really did happen. It did happen. Funny how it happens. It happened. Oh boy, did it happened. Okay. It happened. Thank you, Hachiko. Thank you very much. I'm gonna make a post about this right now. Lurkus, live posting moment. Live posting moment. Live posting moment. And oh boy, we're in for quite the treat here. Funnily enough, if there is one thing many games journalists do end up agreeing with gamers over, it is the idea of owning your games. At least, at the end of the day, they have a little bit of let me have a look. All right. Let me see. Let me have a look and let me confirm some details a little bit, Lucas, so don't mind me. Oh boy, I'm gonna make a post about this. Thank you so much, Hachiko. You have helped. This is egg on the PlayStation 5 fanboys' face, and I'm kind of personally curious how they are going to try and justify this. It's gonna be so funny. I'm kind of high-key curious how they're going to justify this, okay? I am very curious. Let me see him giving. This is gonna be so fun. I'm gonna love this. I'm so gonna love this. Pardon me a moment. I have to look for this. Where's the art? No. My screen. That's all right. There we go. Oops. Let me close this. Lurkers, pardon me and bear with me for a minute. It is live tweeting is a delicate process. Don't ever say that a V-tweeter does not have a lot of work to do. Don't you dare say that a V-tweeter does not have a lot of work to do. Because being a V-tweeter is also hard. Alright, let me just highlight the text. Alright, perfect. And now I'm going to post the link. All right. Now, let's merge down. Perfect. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. This is going to be so fun. I love this. I love this. I live for this, Lucas. I live for this. I live for these moments. All right. Live tweet moment, Lurkers. Live tweeting moments. Wait, I will make the screen bigger for you. All right. That enough information? Is that enough information? Alright. I've been a bit distracted. Let's see what your top while I was away. Hold on. Let me have a look. PS5 7. Let me see though. Story sharing game. Alright. I actually have a question. Yeah, we stopped there. You know, last year I was locked down. Shut up, electronic controller. I am able to factor back. Shut up. Though what deserves to be locked. Shut up, Wispy. No, it doesn't get impact, only gives one in future. I remember what you said. I get banned constantly on Twitter, so I gave up tweeting so I can see the skill involved. The bans would justify I was rude. But they deserved it. I'm pretty sure that Badmin has a job or two in the bedrooms. I'm just too polite to ask about. Careful, you might have some seethers in your reply when we get to make Badmin Bingo live tweeting and Rena shut up our spaces on it. Live tweeting and Rena shut up. What do you do after getting a bingo? Oh my goodness. Remember to. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me finish this. While all the Sony and PlayStation fanboys are trying to run damage control and attacking critics to protect their precious PlayStation reputation, a lurker reminded me of a cheeky little incident that happened last year where PlayStation 5 servers were scuffed for the weekend and PS5 owners were locked out of their digitally purchased games because PlayStation could not verify their licenses. Well now. Funny how things work. Well now. The PlayStation, quite conveniently, it's very topical now. It's very. Alright, this seems good enough. If I want to repost it, I'll repost it later, but I think this is good enough. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Alright. We still have a lot to go through. But I'm going to take a short break. I'm out of coffee. I need to grab more coffee. Okay? I need to get more coffee. Anyway, lurkers, I expect you all to be on your best behavior. And when I come back, I expect all of you to be little angels, sitting quietly in the classroom and just doing self-study and just be at your best behavior, okay? Shut up, Wispy. I'll be back. I know if I were to appear even a few more minutes later, someone would start to misbehave. I am expecting that to happen. Look at Kirby fan with your Lurker Chan emotes. I know someone would have misbehaved. Someone. But anyway, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell. If you don't, something's gonna happen to you at 3 a.m. tonight. $5 a month. Just $5. How can you not have $5 a month as a citizen streamer? I see. But anyway, just okay. It's all fun and games now. Memes are over. It's all fun and games. Memes are over. But let me see. Okay. So let's move on to the next scene. Of course. There was a lot of uncertainty when the news first broke out. Accounts were all over the place. Some saying that, oh, it was just a bug. Oh, this was not a problem. Oh, this is not a... Basically, there was a lot of speculation going around. A lot of speculation going around, and well, the PlayStation fanboys were activated. Let's just say it. So you have accounts like Pirate Nation bringing up this incident. Okay? Newly purchased digital games need to connect to PS. I would argue that actually, Hachiko, you have given very important context after. Thank you for reminding me. No, seriously, you have no idea how important that reminder was. Because it ended up becoming proof that this is more pervasive than we let on. It's more pervasive than we let on. Unironically. I kind of want to add on to my post. Hold on a moment. What is that? What's the other one? A curse? A curse farms? Who else? Who else would benefit from knowing this little forgotten lore? Who else? Who else? Who else? Pirate Nation would appreciate it. Smash 18 would appreciate it. Who else can you think of? Who else can you think of would appreciate remembering this? Who else can you think of? Hypnotic? Hypnotic? Is he a real hypnotic one? Is that him? Is he a real hypnotic one? Yeah, okay. Who else would appreciate... Who else can you think of? Oh no, not this again. Oh damn it, not this again. Side scrollers. Yep, side scrollers actually, yeah. And oh yeah, stuttering Craig. I might as well just add Craig in. Oh my god, all these word limits. Pecker girl. I have to tag Pecker girl as well, yes. I don't know why I probably This is the same. Yep, Unthought is the correct size Squirrels podcast, okay. Paints quite the implication, doesn't it? Let's see if this is good enough. All right. Oh damn it! I forgot Savvy. Yep, I forgot Savvy. I have to put in Savvy. Oh my goodness, this is the problem with live tweeting. Hi. This is the problem with live tweeting. Okay. Oh my god, this is. I forgot Savvy. Alright. Tag Sony, but I'll need to make fun of them. Well, I'm not that mean-spirited. I'll let someone else tag Sony for this. I'm just caring about spreading the awareness. I will repost this image actually. I might repost this image actually. So that they don't have to view the original post. Okay. That's better. That is so much better. Chaos Mesh 64, I completely understand. I completely understand. But anyway, let's continue the story. So, for the duration of a couple of days, there was a lot of uncertainty. So, a lot of confusion. Did it actually happen, or was it just a glitch? Or was it just some information issue that... So, the ongoing narrative that a lot of PlayStation 5 fanboys were throwing around before more details came out was that it was an old... It was... Let me find... A post I made. There's a good... Yep. a post I made will be a good baseline. Let me find. A post I made will be a very good baseline because my God, I made a lot of posts. I need to start decluttering my X account and delete some old posts that are not relevant anymore. Anyway. Alright, so the PlayStation 5 fanboys and the Sony, quote-unquote Sony insiders claimed that this was all a bug, okay? The DRM message was not real. Oh, it's not real. Oh, it's just a bug. Oh, it was just there. It's just a ghost from a past decision that never really came into fruition. But here's the question. Here's the big question. If it was just a confusing interface, if it was just an unintentional glitch, why is at least the PS4 version so precisely formatted and precisely worded? Here's the thing. If it really was a bug in it, this is the same case with the Ubisoft thing. Remember Ubisoft at one point there was a so-called unintentional bug where Ubisoft, when you play Assassin's Creed Valhalla, when you click the pause menu, it starts to have a lot of Ubisoft advertisements. Remember that? Do you remember that? Advertisements in your full price video games. Do you remember those days? And then Ubisoft passed it off as like some kind of a glitch, an unintended glitch. And we asked a very important question. If it was an unintended glitch, why was everything formatted so perfectly? Why were all the advertisements fitted into very sleek, professional boxes? Why was all the formatting done perfectly and all the spaces and lines and the indents and the paragraphs are all done perfectly? If it was, as you say, an unintended glitch, an actual unintended glitch will be random letters and numbers jumbled all around and a lot of weird programming language would appear. That is an unintended glitch. But for some reason, those advertisements were perfectly worded in plain English, dollar signs everywhere. The screens for the advertisements were all perfectly fitted into their outline boxes. Unintended glitch. This is the same case. This is a similar case. If it was an unintended glitch, you will be seeing a whole bunch of random letters and numbers and programming language, and then you might see a date or two, but it'll be all jumbled out and it'll be a real glitch. Funny how that works. And by the way, this excuse expired really quickly. You only took a couple of hours before this turned out to be fake. This turned out to be just a convenient lie to dodge scrutiny. And as you probably can see, it turns out it was more real than expected. Of course, the Sony fanboys will try. They will try to pass it off as some kind of, oh, you're misinforming people, it's misinformation. Do you notice how they say misinformation? They don't say disinformation and they don't say false information. They say misinformation. That always strikes me. Whenever I hear the word misinformation, I start to ask questions. I really start to ask some very serious questions. Is it misinformation because the information is false and therefore harmful? Or is it misinformation because the information is harmful to the person affected, but it's still factually correct? There are two types of misinformation most of the times. And let's be fair here. The first type of misinformation they don't use the word misinformation. If you are giving false information, you would say it's false information, or more appropriately, you would call it a lie. Fanboys, quote-unquote journalists, politicians, do you really honestly conceivably think that if they could say accuse someone of lying and not, if they can accuse someone of lying and they are lying, you really think they wouldn't say it is a lie? Why would they use such loaded terms like misinformation? If you caught someone lying, you just call them out. You are lying. You wouldn't say, oh, you are misinforming people. You are lying. If a person is spreading a lie about something or someone, and you know it's a lie, and you have the receipts to prove it's a lie, you will call them out. You are lying. But funnily enough, when they can't prove you're lying, they will use this term, misinformation. You are misinforming the public. You are engaging in misinformation. But yeah. So, a bunch of people started asking the PlayStation Online assistant about the licensing things with digitally purchased games, and they came back with an interesting response. We'll read it together, Lakers. We'll read it together. Thank you for your interest on the 30-day timer that is being applied to all new purchases. Affected content. Games purchased digitally after the March 2026 update. Offline functionality. If the console does not connect to the internet within 30 days, the license expires, and the game may refuse to launch until a connection is restored. Primary console restriction. Setting a console as primary does not bypass the 30-day requirement. The 30-day is a valid period and is not a sign of an account restriction or anything like that. From the horse's mouth, per se. From Ghost Ship's mouth, per se. And oh boy, once people started discovering, oh boy, did they truly begin discovering. News after news after news started reporting, and that whole dominoes started to fall. Shut up, Zephyr. PlayStation has seemingly added a 30-day DRM check to all newly purchased digital PS4 and PS5 games. Tests suggest players won't be able to play their digital games if they go 30 days without connecting online. Aha. Aha. Oh boy, I'm going to make so many posts on Twitter today about this topic. The amount of gaslighting, the amount of unironic lying from the PlayStation fanboys and from Sonyfornia itself is amazing. Absolutely amazing. But let's continue. A growing number of PlayStation blah 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 blah. We saw that. Basically reiterating what we have just covered. Receipts are everywhere now. There is a growing number of receipts. And multiple news outlets have also outlined the receipts. Receipts everywhere. Receipts everywhere. Receipts, receipts, receipts. Everywhere there's receipts, receipts, receipts. You can't hide this under the counter, as they say. No, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. No, it's not gonna happen. And also, in before some people do say that, oh, maybe the AI got the AI online assistant got it wrong. Okay, let's just for argument's sake. Apparently, another content creator asked a human customer support. This from human allegedly. It sounds like a human. It sounds like a human. So I'll take it at face value. That is human. Thank you for confirming, Nick. And yes, this is the latest requirement for the licenses to be updated to date. Okay, just to confirm, after a March update, I need to be an active internet connection to keep my game license. That is correct. If I go offline for 30 days, I will need to reconnect to the internet to activate the game. Is that right? That is correct. That is correct. You need to connect to the internet at least once every 30 days for the license to continue on working. Interesting. Funny, the Freudian slip. The Freudian slip. Look at this. This assistant, I think he realized he screwed up. Here's one thing you have to understand, Lucas. Here's one thing you have to understand. It took 1 minute to reply to this guy. Here's one thing you kind of have to understand. Okay? And this is a behavioral thing. Just so you know, it is a behavioral thing. Wait, I can't see. Oh well, let's see. Okay, no. Looks like the customer support just left it as that. Okay. So yeah, that's basically a game from the horse's mouth, per se, from Ghost Ship's mouth. And yes, as we probably see, there is always more. This is from another one. I'm just showing you a bunch of receipts right now. This is from another account, from an account got MBG. This is again allegedly from a human. It was never announced, and no one agreed to have to check in every 30 days and not have access offline. It is not mentioned in the TOS. When you purchase a game digitally, you should not have to authenticate every 30 days. We understand your concern on this matter. While there hasn't been a formal public announcement from PlayStation, the introduction of the 30-day DRM timer is meant to be a technical measure. It is by design. Which means that entire nonsense from the so-called Sony insider that it was just an unintended glitch and a formatting issue. Guess what? It was a blatant fucking lie. It was a lie. I'm going to say this a few times. It was a lie. It was a lie. It was a lie. It was a lie. Or maybe it wasn't a lie per se that... Okay, I'm going to give them a bit of fairness. Maybe it wasn't a lie. Maybe they were telling the truth. But the truth is that... Maybe. The truth is that we were never meant to see the expiry dates. That was the truth. Maybe in that way that was unintentional. Maybe that was the glitch. The glitch was that we were never supposed to find out that digital games purchased on PSN had an expiry date for their licenses. That is the truth. Everything else, the fact that there is an expiry date for the licenses, is all by design. It's all by design. Maybe. Maybe. The plot deepens, doesn't it? Like the plot keeps getting deeper. The plot keeps getting deeper, and what else can I say? Seriously, what else can I say? It is Hachiko. By the representative's own admissions, if what we say, what we take them as, if we are to believe what the customer support is saying, we all digitally own all games you bought digitally on the PlayStation Store are rent. They are rent. They are glorified rent. Electronic controller, all my streams are over 5 hours at this point. What you talking about? Here. OP. You will be glad to know. You will be very glad to know. Let me open my pool. You will be very glad to know that Curse Farms found out. He knew. He knew. She knows. He's been on top of this and he knows what's going on with Sony. He made a post about this. He is going to make this a problem. He is going to illustrate this problem.
And you will like it.
Chaos Smash 64, thank you for the 5. First mistake, moved to California. Second, censored JP games. They didn't just censor... Yes, they did. They didn't just censor JP games. They forced Japanese developers to report to the Californian branch in English. It's worse than that. Chaos Smash is worse than that. I have shown receipts. A bunch of Japanese developers were forced to report to Sony Interactive Entertainment in California and write their responses in English. They have not spoken a lick of English in their life because they work on Japanese games, but for some reason when they have to communicate with Sony's gaming division, they have to report in English. Anyway, third, shut down Japan Studios. Herman House, the current head of PlayStation, he was so happy and so giddy that it was shut down. He came out saying, I support the shutdown of Sony Japan's studios. And on the 4th, yes, Sony put a dawn metric. How quaint, he put a dawn metric. Again, reminder, to companies like Sony, Don Metric's mistake was not that he made an unethical decision. No, it was not. His mistake was that he was too loud about it. Mark my words. That's what I think these corporations think. To them, Don Metric said the quiet part out loud, and he exposed the entire modern games industry for a brief moment. Luckily, Shuhei Yoshida was there to exploit the flaw to create positive press for the PS4. But now, Shuhei Yoshida has been kicked out of Sony Interactive Entertainment's head of PlayStation role. And you have Herman Haust. And you know about Herman Haust. He hates the Japanese products. For some reason, his own actions. He is the one who pushes all of this live service crap. And he, alongside the current CEO, which I can't really remember at the top of my head, allowing all of this happen behind the scenes, the DRM things. Just going to remind everyone, even though it's old news, this is what Pirate Software was defending. Correct. 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 All Pirate Software had to do at the very least was just keep his mouth shut. Seriously. So many online personalities can prevent their reputation from going down the drain with one simple trick, a simple hack, a simple life hack, if you will. A life hack thoroughly, a simple life hack that is zero effort, no work necessary, no effort necessary, so simple to protect their reputation and to prevent it from getting worse. Keep their mouth shut. If you're going to air your opinions on the internet, you are either prepared for one of two situations. One, you put in all the work, you work your ass off to make sure you have the sufficient receipts and the sufficient information to back up your opinion. Or two, you mentally prepare yourself for people on the internet to roast you alive. It's always one or the other. By all means, you can try a third option. Censor people's opinion on the internet. False flag accounts, false flag channels. See how good that works for you. See how good that works for the quartering. Jeremy Brand Jeremy. See how good that works for him. Ugh. I read interesting comment you have here, just in case. Okay, so why don't you tell the bad actors to stop being bad actors, making gaming and other tech companies overreact, create a permanent solution that prevents all piracy and such forever? It's like getting mad at your immune. Lurkers, pardon me a moment. Lurkers, please, pardon me a moment, please. Pardon me a moment. We're going to get to this later on, because this is the last part of the stream, the last part of the topic of the stream, but let's I'm going to skip a little bit, okay? Just a little bit. Chaos Smash, I'll never forgive Herman and Jim for getting rid of Japan Studios. Now I'll never get my Gravity Rush 3. Scumbags. Yes. But anyway, give me a few seconds because YouTube to let me see. Hold on a moment, Lucas. I'm going to I have to do something for a moment. This will take a while. Why does it take so long to load? Okay. Hold on a minute.
What's Valve's take on piracy?
What is piracy? Piracy is about people who want to steal stuff from you, right? That they don't want to pay any money and they want to get your content. But when you look at the fact that these people have, $2,000 PCs and, they're spending $50 a month US more on their internet connections, clearly they're willing to spend money. So from our point of view, what we saw more and more is that piracy is a result of bad service on the part of game companies. So an example where that was really clear is Russia, right? Everybody in the United States knows that Russians are pirates, right? So there's no point in localizing your game. There's no point in making your product available in Russia because all they'll do is pirate it. When the reality is that the pirates in Russia were actually doing a much better job than the games companies themselves in localizing the product and making it available. People are happy to pay money if they're getting what they perceive as a great product delivered on their terms.
What's Valve's take on...
I'll use this one. Hold on, I'll give this. My God, that is a dumb comment. I don't know why. Lucas, please explain to me why some PlayStation fanboys are just this unhinged. They bring up the dumbest opinions and they think they have an own. Why is that? They bring up the dumbest opinions and unironically believe they got an own. Why? Why is that the case? Oh boy, this is quite the
What's Valve's take on piracy?
Piracy to us, so we don't really worry about piracy. When we think, when you look at the top 10 issues on our list at any given point in time, piracy is almost never, something that's on that list. And the reason that we think that we don't have issues with piracy is that there's misconceptions in the industry about what piracy is, right? There's assumption.
Okay. All right. This is such a stupid opinion. I am quite. This is such a stupid this is such a stupid opinion. We're going to talk about this later on, Lucas. We're going to talk about this later on. Hold on a minute first. I'm going to go to... Nope. a minute. Mouth-breathing skinwalkers indeed. Alright. So much distractions, so much distractions. So much distractions. I have to keep live posting. I cannot believe this. Oh, by the way, lurkers, I want you all to remember. Do you ever wonder why this Jesse K is asking a stupid question? He should be blaming the game companies for creating stupid service decisions. Remember the dynamic pricing incident? Remember the licensing incident? Remember how the entire PSN went down? Was it called dynamic pricing? I kind of let me try and check. Was it called dynamic pricing? Was it called dynamic pricing? Yes, it is. Dynamic pricing. Taking their own customers for a ride. Done. Okay, I cannot be distracted. I want to finish this topic. I want to at least be able to finish this topic before I'm out of time. So let's proceed. Let me proceed. It's not funny to me. Sony was so quiet all this time, and apparently recently, very recently, there was another so-called response from Sony. I think it was like over the night while I was asleep, there was a response from Sony. I don't know how true it was, but I've been seeing some accounts talking about it. And what they were basically saying is, oh, it's just a one-time check. It's just a one-time check. So you have to, when you buy a game, you have to make sure that within the span of 30 days, you are connected to the internet for that one-time check, and then after that there is no more check. So, what the hell, man? What the hell? What the hell? Wait, what is true and what isn't true? What is true and what isn't true? You have your own customer service saying that it's a periodic 30-day check. You have another bunch of Sony fanboys saying that, oh, it's just a one-time check. Which is it? And then you have another group of so-called Sony Okay, I'm going to open a presentation. Hold on. I'm going to keep track of the narrative, okay? I'm going to keep track of the narrative. Three distinct narratives. Three very distinct narratives, okay? Three extremely distinct narratives. So, the first narrative. It was a UI glitch. Literally. That's the first narrative. It is a one-time license verification. Second narrative. Third narrative. Periodic, every 30 days. Okay? The first narrative, Sony Insider, comes from Sony Insider. Second narrative, I don't exactly know, but it seems some Sony fanboys. And Sony official statement. Okay, allegedly. Then the third narrative, Sony customer support. So, who the hell am I supposed to believe? The Sony Insider? The supposed Sony official statement, which apparently the fanboys say it is so official Sony statement, or customer support? Who should I believe? Who should I believe? Legitimately, who should I believe? I'm taken for a ride, and I'm not even a PlayStation buyer. I'm not a PS5 buyer. I do not have a PS5, and I'm already being taken for a ride, watching all of this happening in real time. Which is the correct narrative? One of them has to be true. Which is it? Well, we know for certain we know for certain at least that this is false. So, is the first or the second one? Which is it? This is bad. I'm watching this on my PS5. I hope they don't have a DRM for accessing YouTube. Yeah. Okay. I am more inclined to believe that the third situation is the most accurate. Because customer support, that at the end of the day, they just work there. At the end of the day, the humans at least, they just work there. So, I don't think they have that much of a vested interest to lie on behalf of their employer just so they can preserve their employer's reputation. I don't think so. So I think the customer support is the Freudian slip of Sony. That's my opinion. And of course, even if Sony officially say, oh, it's just a one-time verification thing, that's equivalent to we investigated ourselves and found no evidence of wrongdoing type of situation. But even so, the fact that it even has to happen is already a situation too serious. Why? I forked over $70 for the digital copy of a video game. I gave you money, Sony. The least you could do is let me have unrestricted access to the game I bought. And not obligate me, even if it's just a little bit, to quote-unquote prove my purchase, to prove my license. I don't have to do that. I gave you my money. The least I'm afforded is to enjoy my product anytime I want, anywhere I want. And at my own convenience. And at my own convenience sometimes means there may not be internet. These people are... Nope. Oh my goodness, I forgot. I just had... Sorry. I was responding to someone. This clown. Holy shit. Serious Sam, BFE, Witcher 2, etc. Their own customers and player base filter out pirates because the devs treated the player base with respect and gave them a good product at a fair entry point. They could acquire easily at a fair price. What a stupid guy. Stupid. 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 I will save you for later if you're going to reply dumb again. Reply stupidly again. I'll save you for later. I'll save you for later. But let's get back to this topic because I have distracted myself a little too much. I think it's time for me to get back to the topic. Okay. It goes back to the story of Shuhei Yoshida. I made a post about Shuhei Yoshida I think a week ago. Let me have a look. Let me have a look at the Shuhei Yoshida post I made. Let me have a look at the Shuhei Yoshida post I made. Wait, what was that? Oh, what is this? Huh? Hello Dreambird. Thank you for dropping in. What is a gold coin? That's new to me. What is a gold coin? Is this some kind of a YouTube thing that I'm not aware of? What does that do? What's the gold coin do? What's the gold coin do? Well, either way, take your time to respond, any of you who know, because I'm locating a post about Shuhei Yoshida. It's an item you can redeem with jewels. Okay, I have to learn about that. Let me have a look though. I'm still looking. No, that's not my post. Where is my post? Damn it. Where's my... Nope. I have to go back. There we go. Nope. Where is my Shuhei Yoshida post? Where is it? Here we go. Wrong one. Here we go. Stupid. Damn it. It's a sticker. Okay. It's a new YouTube thing. I probably have to have a look. But anyway, this was the backstory. So Shuhei Yoshida. What is it? I talked about the Dragon Baby thing on Twitch 2 days ago. I talked a little bit about it 2 days ago. But I can bring it back up again. I can bring it back up again if I have time. I'll bring it. I can bring it back up again if I have time afterwards. But still, we'll get back to this later. Anyway, remember Shuhei Yoshida was this guy. Let me just show you again. He was the one who did this. Shuhei Yoshida was one of those executives that a lot of gamers liked because he has often pushed policies and talked about consumer-friendly things done by when he was head of PlayStation. And funnily enough, he was the head of PlayStation during PlayStation 4, and PlayStation 4 became very, very successful. Imagine my shock. Shuhei Yoshida is the guy to
This is how you share your games on PS4.
Thanks.
That's him. That's him to the left. And well, this guy is the reason PlayStation 4 won the console war. This guy. Seriously, he is the reason PlayStation 4 was so successful. And would you like to guess the thank you he received? Would you like to guess the thank you he received for making PlayStation 4 such a big success? Would you like to guess? You already know. He got kicked out of the position. He got kicked out of the position by the then CEO Jim Ryan. That is the thanks he got. He got kicked out. And this is quite the story. Shuhei Yoshida says he was fired from being head of PlayStation First Party by Jim Ryan because he didn't listen to him. I helped Santa Monica make God of War, Naughty Dog to make Uncharted and the original Last of Us, Sucker Punch to make Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima was one of the last games that I worked on as president. Funny how that works, Lurkers. Funny how that works. The good Ghost game was Shuhei Yoshida's creation. And then Herman House took over. We have what? Ghost of Yotei. Funny how things work. When Herman House took over, guess what we have? Last of Us Part 2. Imagine my shock. All of the good Sony first-party games were under Shuhei Yoshida's leadership. And of course, like I said before, he was also the one who pushed the no DRM in your PS4 games. He was the one. Because he's the head of PlayStation, he had the power to do so. And because he did so, he won over a lot of goodwill of the gamers' player base. A lot of people who were Xbox players, for years Xbox 360 players and the original Xbox, they moved to PlayStation 4. And what again? The thanks Shuhei Yoshida received was being fired. Seriously. And Hachiko, you will be quite surprised because apparently according to insiders, and there was a report, the report in here, he was very against the live service push. He was very against the live service push that Sony was obsessing over around that time. True enough, he got kicked out for saying this is a bad idea. PlayStation owners love a good single-player experience. PlayStation owners love a unique, beautiful experience like Ghost of Tsushima, a unique emotional experience like the original Last of Us, and a unique approach to an old title that they had, which was the then reworked God of War sequels. But in 2019, after 11 years leading to the first-party development, I was fired from the role. 2019, a very interesting time. Remember what happened? What else happened in 2019 and 2020? Concord started production. Interesting. How everything just relates to each other. How interesting. And then now, a PlayStation without Shuhei Yoshida, what do you have? Concord, that flopped within a week. Last of Us Part 2, which had more haters than there were fans. And the only reason he's so successful because he had the Last of Us branding. Ghost of Yotei. When compared to Ghost of Tsushima, it underperformed. Again, it had the ghost of branding, the Sucker Punch branding. That's probably the biggest reason why it still retains so many players. Very interesting. Very interesting. Things always rhyme. Reality always rhyme. So this was my opinion. California controls Japanese games company, kicks out Shuhei Yoshida because he dared to defy them and their vision for Sony Interactive Entertainment. Replaces Shuhei Yoshida with Herman House. Same Herman House to support the gutting of Sony Japan Studios. I will never stop reminding anyone about that. Fast forward now, Sony Interactive Entertainment flounders from their live service obsessions and Yoshida was proven right. There is no perfect bad optics than the one created by reality sometimes. Reminder that moving to California is doomed.
Have nothing and you will write.
Chaos Mash, thank you for the 5. You are really high cortisol today, aren't you? Jim Ryan, I want people to spend more for live service so I become more rich while everyone gets poorer. Why am I the villain? Jim Ryan and Herman House. If I've ever heard two of the banes of PlayStation and Sony gaming, it's those two. It's those two. They are the bane of Sony, in my humble opinion. Herman House should have just stuck at everyone. Herman House should have just stuck at Rebellion. Where is it, Rebellion? Yes, I think it was Rebellion. No, wait, what is it called? I can't even remember. What was was it Rebellion? Was his studio the studio that he always gives special treatment to and special privileges to? Was it Rebellion? No, wait, what? The Killzone dev team. I can't even remember anymore. Rebellion, right? Guerrilla, yes, Guerrilla. Sorry, I was thinking of Rebellion is the one that made the Sniper Elite games. Yeah, oh yeah. Guerrilla. And you notice, Herman House always gives special treatment to Guerrilla games, all the Horizon games. He always gives special treatment to, funny enough, Western Studios. He gives a lot of special treatment to Neil Druckmann at Naughty Dog. He always gives special treatment to Guerrilla. And giving a lot of money to Guerrilla to make that Horizon multiplayer live service game, whatever the hell that is, the one with the obese character with Vic Stump, that one. Oh boy, that was horrible. That was a horrible trailer. But no, it all goes down to this. This is the problem with executives in these large gaming companies. It is putrid. It's a putrid, rotten corpse. And the only people who run these companies right now, be it Microsoft and Xbox, so pipe down, PlayStation fanboys, Microsoft and Xbox are as bad. Okay? Microsoft and Xbox are horrible too. So pipe down, PlayStation fanboys, and let me criticize your precious PlayStation in peace. Thank you. None of them know how to make good decisions. And all the goodwill, PlayStation is just going to be another Star Wars, just like Xbox is. Ruined reputation in shambles. It's already bad enough that PlayStation has that reputation of having no console exclusives, so really, what even is the point for people to buy a PlayStation 5 instead of saving just a little bit more money to buy a mid-range PC? Back in the day at least, before the AI RAM shortage crisis. Seriously. What game? Oh, I want to show you something stupid. I want to show you something stupid that will raise your cortisol levels high, but it raised my cortisol levels high. Hold on. This is going to be funny. This is going to be so funny. This is a funny story. This is a very, very funny story. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. So, I made this post, okay? This guy already, let's see. This page does exist here. He got chased off the internet. Okay, he got chased off the internet. Or he changed his handle, so now the post does not exist. But long story short, he was like, he basically did a "don't you guys have phones" moment when it comes to the license check for PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4. He did that. He literally did that meme. Don't you guys have phones? Except this term is, don't you guys have internet? And I forget the important part. It's not about the illustration, it's about the principle. We are complaining not because of the illustration, but the principle behind the action. Sony is engaging with consumer abuse behavior. And it's people like him who are the reason why things got as bad as they did with the modern Western AAA gaming sphere. And guess what, lurkers? Guess what? Reminder, the last Xbox console I had was the Xbox 360 because basically everyone had an Xbox 360. My last console was the Xbox 360. And guess what? So you know for a fact I'm not a fan of Xbox. Oh wow. He assumed I was an Xbox fanboy for what? Why? Why did the PlayStation fanboy assume I'm an Xbox fanboy? Or a fangirl, whatever, fan? Because I criticized PlayStation. Literally, that is the only reason. That is the only reason. And it was funny to me. It was funny to me. So I read message. So I replied, implying I care about any current gen consoles. Did you go into a coma in 2009 and just woke up recently? The whole console war thing is 2 decades out of fashion. Here is the painful truth that a lot of PlayStation fanboys will have to understand, okay? Not even Xbox owners participate in console war bullshit anymore. That is a fact. I do not see any Xbox fans or Xbox owners engaged in console war nonsense. The only ones who are engaging in console war nonsense are PlayStation fanboys. It's like that meme. It's like that meme about how there's a person complaining about. There's a group of people complaining about something, but most of the internet just noticed there's not really that much people, that much people who are doing that thing that person is complaining about, but they're seeing a lot of people complaining about it. It's that same effect. These people, these Xbox fanboys they are special. They are extremely, extremely special. But it's not over yet. It's not over yet. You thought this was a stupid response? Calling me an Xbox fan? You thought that was the dumbest response? You haven't seen this. You haven't seen this. Oh boy, you haven't seen this. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I didn't even bother to reply to this because this was so stupid. I didn't even bother to reply to this because this was so stupid. Lucas, please read this. Sincerely, Lucas, read this. Read this. Read this. Read this. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is delusion of the highest order. And I don't use the word delusion often, but I read this and the first thing that thought came to my mind was, what reality are you living in, PlayStation fanboy? Bahaha, PC has 0 exclusives people care about. Arma, most RTS, Company of Heroes. What else? What are the good games? What are the good games? Kenshi? Yes, Kenshi. What are the games? What are the games? Let me have a look. XCOM. The XCOMs. What are the games? Team Fortress 2, still. What are the games? What are the really good games? Let me see. So many. A sea, an ocean of indie games. Okay, what else? So many. So damn many games. I've lost count. But here's the thing. This is what the PlayStation fanboy does not understand. Every single game that is on Xbox and PS5 right now, at least, are on PC. The only exclusive PlayStation has is Astrobot. And ironically, and again, the irony is not lost to me, Astrobot is the PlayStation's most successful game. And again, the biggest irony as well is that it is made from the remnants of Sony Japan Studios. The last Sony Japan Studios has been gutted, destroyed, dismantled, and all that's left in its ashes is a dev team called Team Asobi, which is a fraction of what Sony Japan Studios used to be. You can't even play Ape Escape 3 on PS4, but you can play all the Ape Escapes on the PC, yes. But yeah, this was a very funny reply I received, like this, and it made my night. And I couldn't have said better myself. Thank you, Ocean Kitty. Thank you for responding on my behalf. Thank you for responding on my behalf. But I know a person with I know an unhinged person when I see them. I'm getting sidetracked. I'm getting too sidetracked. I should. Oh my goodness. We still have so much. Okay, I cannot afford to sidetrack so much regular because everything I shall break. We're moving on to the next topics. Basically, the Sony part of this topic has been concluded. I'm going to move on to the next topic. Okay, we're moving on to the next topic. And I'll see you in a few minutes, okay, lurkers? I'll see you in a few minutes. We have to get through this in about 1.5 hours. We have to get through this within 1.5 hours. Seriously, this is the problem with me actually. Every time I prepare for a topic stream, every time I prepare for the weekly topic stream, I always over-research and over-compile information because I was thinking, do I have enough content to talk about the topic within the allotted time? Or do I have to keep adding? And that's the problem. By the way, Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, you will receive blackmail in your DMs at 3 a.m. tonight. Or all of your PlayStation library games will have their license expired at 3 a.m. tonight. $5 a month. Okay. Back to my topic. Back to what I wanted to say is, oh boy. Here's the thing. Every time I prepare for my weekly topic stream, I always have to think to myself, how much do I have to compile? How much information do I have to outline? How much do I have to prepare to talk about it during the stream? And the problem is that most of the time, at this time, I'm starting to notice oh my god, most of the time I just end up over creating, and I'm running out of time and I keep running out of time. So what I should do is I have to go and move on to the next topic. And let's ruin your day, lurkers. Let's ruin your day and ruin your night. Let me ruin your day and ruin your night. Okay, lurkers? Lurkers, I'm gonna do it. I'ma do it. I will 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 do it. Yes. The next star of the show. The next star of the show is here. The second part of this topic. And oh boy. Oh boy. You thought Sony was doing some really horrible crap? You thought Sony was doing some horrible shit? You haven't heard about what we found out. A little bit of a backstory. We all know Denuvo, we know Denuvo, don't we? They are the loot goblin of the sailors. They are the loot goblin of the sailors, per se, on the internet. Every time a new game comes out and they find out Denuvo is in that game, the sailors get to work. They get to work so fast. And it becomes a competition. It becomes a high-octane, high-speed competition. And what's the competition? The competition is simple. Who is first to crack the Denuvo in the new game? It's a competition. It is such a big competition, in fact, that Denuvo has gained the reputation, the well-deserved reputation of the proof that the legitimate owners are worse off than the sailors. Because of Denuvo. Denuvo is the single biggest reason why people believe that those who buy copies of their game legitimately have it worse off than those who sail. It is a deserved reputation. We have lost count at the amount of videos, comparing the performance differences between a Denuvo attached game and a unaltered game. Oh, Zero went to shower again. Always. Yeah, go shower anyway. Anyway, let's see. So, what has Denuvo been caught doing right now? Well, let me just set the scene. Let's set the tone of the thing, okay? Let's just set the tone. Let's set the tone. Let me close some tabs so I can cover things a little easier. Okay? Let me close some tabs. And I'm going to set the tone a little bit. Big news! Big news! The Loot Goblin is in a pickle. All single-player games and non-VR Denuvo games have allegedly been bypassed. The sailors killed the Loot Goblin. The sailors killed the Loot Goblin and they're waiting for the Loot Goblin to respawn with the next big game. Basically, long story short, you don't have to read this article. I'll just give you the long and short story. Long story short is the sailors have won. There are no single player games that Denuvo can protect. Denuvo has been proven indisputably to be absolutely useless. And all it ever does is to make your game stutter, make your game throttle, and worsen your game's performance. That is all Denuvo's reputation is now. A glorified liability on the legal player. A glorified tax on the legitimate player. Instead of being rewarded for buying legit, the players are punished. That is the reputation of Denuvo. The reputation of Denuvo is you pay money to get punched in the face, basically. That's the equivalent analogy. Well, Denuvo did not take this lying down, evidently. Well, they tried not to take this lying down. And you know what happened? Looks like Denuvo has found a very likely ally. No one was surprised to see them collaborate with this group. No one is shocked that they're collaborating with this corporation. But there they are, collaborating with 2K Games. Strauss-Zelnick. Remember, Strauss-Zelnick runs 2K. The guy who said loot boxes is free speech. I want you to remember that. He said this. I'm going to show you. This is basically what he said. He said loot boxes are free speech. Don't take my word for it, you can find your article. I'll find your article actually. Okay, I can give this. I can use this Business Insider post. From Business Insider, my receipt for you. This was back in 2019. The loot box fiasco. And Charles Zelnick, he's quote, "The US government is not going to regulate what monetization mechanics exist inside a video game. This is not going to happen. There will be a horrible law in a country that has the First Amendment." So, imagine my shock. They would collaborate with Denuvo. So this was from Pirate Nation. We have an article as well, but let's read the Pirate Nation. Let's read Pirate Nation's summary, okay? 2K and Denuvo work together to brick your game, requiring an always online connection. Recent reports confirm that Denuvo, in partnership with 2K Games, has introduced a new restriction in several titles, including all of the recent NBAs and a game called Marvel Midnight Suns. The games now use a fixed offline authorization token that expires roughly 14 days, regardless of whether your hardware or operating system has changed. Once the timer runs out, the game will not launch until you reconnect to the internet and get a fresh token. This is stricter than earlier versions of Denuvo, which only require an online connection after significant system alterations. The requirement is not clearly disclosed in Steam store pages in the EULA or in time of purchase, meaning many buyers were unaware they needed periodic internet access for single-player modes. To be fair to Sony, what is happening here is what Sony is doing, but on steroids. If Denuvo was hoping that this would scare the pirates away, oh boy, the loot goblin has turned into a golden loot goblin. Every single sailor on the high seas will see Denuvo again, and they will think in their head, oh boy, it is game on. It is well and thoroughly game on. This is going to be a problem. This is going to be a problem for Denuvo and 2K. They can try. But I guess if you're talking about raw worthiness, honestly, the NBA games are trash, and I don't even know about that Marvel game, never heard of it. remember, you have on one hand Denuvo, on the other hand you have this guy who runs 2K. He runs 2K games. So yeah, a match made in hell, truly correct. And you know you're in some really serious trash fire when even Kotaku will not run defense for this. Even Kotaku is not on their side. Saying the same thing basically. Saying the same thing. And Jane, very interesting. It's very interesting. You know it's very interesting. What really is interesting to me is how quiet 2K and Denuvo were. They were behaving exactly like Sony. They were so quiet about it, as if people wouldn't find out, as if people wouldn't pick it up and pick it apart. As if it was not gonna happen. I hope more people see this. More people have to see this. There are just some really interesting. This is an out, right? Yeah, it's an out. Probably a rage bait. It's probably rage bait. It's probably rage bait. It doesn't read like a serious post. I hope not. I really hope not. Rena, shut up! Rena? I saw that. What the hell, Rena? 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 Rena, don't think I didn't see that. Don't think I didn't see that, Rena. Don't distract me. No, I can't. Meanwhile, he has a Honkai Star Rail profile pic. Imagine my shock. The Honkai Star Rail degenerate weak pirates. I don't know if I want to bite the bait. I don't know whether I want to bite the bait or not, but I'll move on before I get distracted. This is the problem. I think it is extremely dangerous for me to be on X while streaming. You know why? You know why? Because I get distracted. I see a post on X, I get triggered, I start V-tweeting the game. And that's not... I cannot let that happen. I really cannot let that happen. So, at the end of the day, it is Denuvo's attempt at throwing a tantrum. It is their attempt at throwing a tantrum. Petty people. Petty people doing petty things. I really hope... You know what? Honestly, I'm talking about hypothetical, by the way. It's a hypothetical and it's just a little bit of a fan fiction, if you will. A bit of a fan fiction. A little bit of a fantasy scenario, but let's just hypothetically think of a hacker group, okay? Those typical hacker groups that infiltrate different systems, hack into different systems and take control or extract information. None of them actually hypothetically considered going after groups like Denuvo? Kinda odd. Do they? It's almost like the worst corporations imaginable somehow always remain safe. Like Denuvo. Denuvo is malware at this point. When you have a so-called DRM software that does nothing other than making the performance in your game worse, that is literally malware. I can imagine that Denuvo has a lot of money. I can imagine that. Every single large publisher gives them a lot of money to ruin the lives of legal paying customers. It would not surprise me that they have a lot of money. Finally finished with that side of the topic. This is the extent of the Denuvo incident. I've got to make a post about this as well, actually. I've got to make a post. Shut up, Rena! Time to live tweet again. Time to live tweet again. Time to live tweet again, as we always do. It's important. Extremely important. For some reason, this seemed to have flown under the radar because with the ongoing PlayStation DRM incident taking front and center. So I feel that it is important to remind some people what is happening. 2K and Denuvo have collaborated to create a brand new periodic 14-day license check for the games they sell. Every person who buys the following 2K games: NBA, 2K, 2K5. Is it 2K5 or 2K25? Let me see. NBA, what's the game called? Hold on. 2K, okay. Marvel Midnight Suns. I don't even care anymore. I'm only going to play Asian and I'm only going to play indie and old games. That's all I care about at this point. I don't care about any other games at this point. Asian, indie, and old. That's all. Asian, indie, and old. That's all. A lot of retweeting today kind of is every time, honestly. Kind of is every time nowadays. For some reason, this seemed to have flown under the radar with the ongoing PlayStation DRM incident taking front and center. So I'll just make it easier. PS4, PS5, PS4 and PS5 DRM incident taking front and center. So I feel that it is important to remind some people what is happening. 2K and Denuvo have recently been caught collaborating to create a brand new periodic 14-day license check for the games they sell. For the games 2K sell. Every person who buys the following 2K games: NBA 2K26 and 2K25 and 2K26 and Marvel Midnight Suns for now are required to be online at least every 14 days so that 2K and Denuvo perform an online check on the license of the game you bought. Failure to do so invalidates your license and you cannot run or play the game you purchased with your money. You paid $60 to $70 You pay to buy, to play. Correct. Okay, I found out about Bermin, so I might be a little lost about it. But why is there a lot of Bermin adjacent food and drinks? Hachiko, don't ask questions that I refuse to answer. Alright. Hold on. Is it a good enough image? Is this a good enough image? Let me have a look. I want to find a good enough image. Hold on a moment, okay? Lucas, hold on a moment. Pardon me a moment. I'm going to look for some images to spruce up my post. Going to spruce up my post a little bit, so please pardon me a moment. Oh, it's a nice image. This is a very nice image, actually. Let me open this a moment.
2K and Denuvo are teaming up to take away your $70 purchased game if you leave your console or PC offline for 14 days. This isn't a theory, it's the new reality for games like NBA 2K26 and Midnight Suns. We're officially entering an era where buying a digital game is just a long-term rental with a mandatory check-in.
Okay, I can use this. I can use this one. Where's my post? All right. I'm going to make this. I'm going to add one more line of text before I post this. broken all available single player non-VR so it looks like a temper tantrum on the Denuvo and 2K's side. What happened? Let me have a look. Let me just make sure everything happens. For same reason, deemed to have flown under the radar with ongoing PS4 DRM incident taken from center. So I feel that it is important to remind people what else is happening. What else is happening? 2K and Denuvo have been caught collaborating to create a brand new periodic 14-day license check for the games 2K sells. Every person who buys the following 2K games, NBA 2K25, 2K26, Marvel license for now, are required to be online at least every 14 days so that 2K and Denuvo perform an online check on the license of the game you bought. Failure to do so invalidates your license, and you cannot run or play the game you paid $60 to $70 for. Denuvo and 2K have been very hush-hush about this discovery. This is apparently in response to sailors having successfully broken all available single-player non-VR games that use the node. Broken through. So it looks like a temper tantrum on the Denuvo and 2K side. I'm constantly reminded that the Western AAA games industry desperately requires another 1983 style gaming crash. Perfect. Perfect. Look, as I have been posting, you know what's the irony? I've been posting more on stream than I post off stream. Sometimes, sometimes. Because after streaming, I just get so tired. I just get so tired and drained, and I just don't have energy. I just want to spend the rest of the day either going to sleep or playing video games. Oh boy. Let's see what you have been talking while I was busy posting. Going back to Bridges Band Rand. Shut up, Wispy. Gaming crash is a myth. Wow, myth or not, I want it to happen. Ahem, Toggle, oh, it's gone now. Zephyr, shut up. Smiley face, Wispy Jiras. Toggle seems to have a 1-minute cooldown when called shut up. Brah. I believe that. Need a good banner. V-Tweeter is good to tweet when you are feeling motivated. Yes. To refer, Twitter is too tiring to look or add off stream. Too much rage bait, too much anger. Guess COD is so high. My V-tweeting is terminal. Terminal V-tweeter indeed. Oh boy. Oh. Okay. Let's take this opportunity and just let me have 3 minutes of a break, and we will go back to Gabe in the game. We'll always go back to Gabe Newell. Every single time a corporation or a game dev gets so shocked and upset over sailors, I always go back to this video from Gabe Newell.
Piracy to us, so we don't really worry about piracy. You know, when we think, when you look at the top 10 issues on our list at any given point in time, piracy is almost never, something that's on that list. And the reason that we think that we don't have issues with piracy is that there's misconceptions in the industry about what piracy is, right? You know, there's assumption that what is piracy? Piracy is about people want to steal stuff from you, right? That they don't want to pay any money and they want to get your content. But when you look at the fact that these people have, you know, $2,000 PCs and, you know, they're spending $50 a month US more on their internet connections, clearly they're willing to spend money. So from our point of view, what we saw more and more is that piracy...
That is the biggest loophole. This reminder, this is the biggest loophole. This is the biggest loophole. I think I'm going to be a little bit, should I? I think the logic is fine. Okay. Firearms control. Okay, firearms control. There's one thing I've always noticed. I've always noticed this thing about firearms control. And one thing that they always seem to ignore, a lot of all these advocates for firearms control. Do they ever notice that criminals do not follow the law? There's an important question. This is an important question. It's an important loophole. Criminals are criminals for a reason. They're criminals for a reason. No matter how tough your firearms laws are, at the end of the day, who gets affected the most? The law-abiding citizens. And this is also the similar case growing even with the case like Denuvo. Who gets punished the most when Denuvo does its so-called DRM nonsense? When there's another so-called stupid DRM system being implemented by Sony and PlayStation? Who gets affected the most? Who gets to suffer the most? The legal buyer. The ethical buyer. This is the thanks you get for buying a game legitimately. Meanwhile, the sailors, what happens to them? They get the objectively better experience. They have a game that is lighter in size, that performs better. And again,
their internet connections, clearly they're willing to spend money.
Clearly, they are willing to spend money. Customers are customers for a reason. They want an excuse to give you money. If you make a product for them that respects them, respects their time, and also respects who they are as customers, they will line up. They will line up till the early mornings in the hour to give you money for something that you made. Remember, look at the Xbox 360 review event. People camped out on the streets for the new Xbox 360. Customers, when push comes to shove, the average customer is easy to please. The average purchasing customer is easy to please. I'm not talking about client. Client is slightly different. Customer, the one you sell your products to, they're easy to please. You make something they want, you take their feedback, you make something that they want, they will line up out onto the streets to give you money. And we'll show you some examples after this 3-minute video because I need to catch my breath, I need to rest a bit.
So from our point of view, what we saw more and more is that piracy is the result of bad service on the part of game companies. So an example where that was really clear is Russia, right? Everybody in the United States knows that Russians are pirates, right? So there's no point in localizing your game. There's no point in making your product available in Russia because all they'll do is pirate it. You know, when
oh, by the way, just to add to that one clown talking about what other options do you have, Ben? Anyway, remember the Helldivers 2 incident. over 100 countries who did not have PSN coverage were not allowed to download and buy or play Helldivers 2. Well, they were. If someone had a copy of it before it shut down, before those stores shut down, you might be able to play it, but if you haven't bought it, you're damn out of luck. So tell me, fanboy, tell me, when Sony got rid of Helldivers for so many hundreds of countries because they don't have PSN, tell me, what other option do they have? Tell me. Justin K, explain to me. Of course you won't explain to me. Of course you won't explain to me. But yes, Zavok playing better games is a good answer. And now, in the current year, current time, current day, current month, we have a lot of better games than Helldivers 2. I am glad to say I've saved so many gigabytes getting rid of Helldivers 2.
The reality is that the pirates in Russia were actually doing a much better job than the games companies themselves in localizing the product and making it available. So if I wanted the product and I didn't want to wait 6 months to get the product, and if I wanted it in Russian, I was going to have to go to a pirate simply because I couldn't get it any other way. And as soon as the product became available at the same time that it was available in Australia or the UK or the United States, and it was localized in Russia, all of a sudden our piracy problems in Russia disappeared. So it really is a question of viewing yourself as how can you provide the best possible service to your customers, and pricing really is one of the less important aspects of that whole equation. People are happy to pay money if they're getting what they perceive as a great product delivered on their terms. This is an example where a lot of the copy protection schemes go in exactly the wrong direction. They actually make
Denuvo, 2K, listen up, please.
They're actually negative service, right? Suddenly I don't know if this product, so as a customer, what I want is, I want my content on any device at any point in time with a lot of security, right? I don't want to have to worry when I buy a new PC that I won't be able to play a game that I've paid for. And then with copy protection, you're suddenly like, okay, if I reinstall my operating system, will I be able to play this game? If I buy a new PC, will I be able to? If I go over to my friend's house, will I be able to do it? So if you solve the real problem, which is, hey, I can go over to my friend's house and play the game. I can be in a cyber cafe on vacation on holiday, and I can play my game. And I can buy new PCs and never have to worry about backing this up or restoring backups or anything like that. Oh, that's great. Then I'm much less likely to get a pirated version. Copy protection makes it less.
And actually, that's a very good point as well. It's undeniable that Steam is a form of DRM. But what they did, what Denuvo did was that in return for having a game with DRM, what you have in response to it is such additional services, a whole bunch of additional services that on balance you take everything into consideration, you are getting a net positive experience rather than a net negative. And this is something, and yes, it took a lot of years to get there. Early Steam Day was quite terrible, I know that firsthand. You know how I know that firsthand? You know how I know that firsthand, Lurkis? Because for months, I would say almost 6 months, my Steam did not launch. it refuses to launch. So the games that I had, thankfully there were not many Steam games that I bought back then, but there were a handful. I could never play them. I couldn't play them. I could never play them. So at that point, I was like, screw this, screw Steam, screw Valve. And what I did was I just usually played games that had the classic method, as in disc base, put in the disc to play a game type of thing. Put in the disc and a CD key to play that type of game. So, one day, very odd story, because I uninstalled my Steam and reinstalled it. It kept having a problem. It refused to launch until one very odd situation. I was talking to a colleague of mine, and he said, "That's a very odd problem. How about this? Maybe we can try and bypass this problem for you." He gave me his copy of he gave me his copy of his Steam app. He gave me a copy of his Steam app, so he Control X and Control V. I completely deleted my own copy of Steam app, so he put in his, and then he cleared the cache, and then I tried to log in. The app turned on. I tried to log in, and ever since then, everything worked. Funnily enough, there probably was something wrong with my PC somewhere, with causing, maybe it was some kind of a registry error or something like that. There was like leftover every time I reinstall Steam, but for some reason when this person I know copy pasted his version of Steam, Steam worked properly, and ever since then, Steam was fine. I was okay with Steam. Then as the years rolled on, and I was like, oh hey, Steam is actually better than I thought it would be. And as the time go on, I see so many new games. And I saw how easy it was to get funds to pay for games on Steam. I was like, oh, this is not bad. I probably will buy a couple of games on Steam. And it went on from there. And now you have me. I love Steam. It took a while to get there, but there are no more loyal fans than those who used to be haters. This is a very poetic thing. Just like how there's a very fine line between love and hatred, there is also a fine line between being a hater and being a fan. The most loyal fans you can have are those who used to be haters. Funnily enough, ironically enough.
Less likely that that's going to be the case, and higher service platforms like Steam or other ones that are coming out make you more confident. So when you attack the problem that way, by improving the service component of the experience rather than through copy protection, which reduces the service component, copy protection is actually going to increase. I mean, there's anecdotal evidence this is the case, that copy protection actually increases rather than decreases the piracy of games. So like I say, by focusing on the customer.
Case in point. Case in point. Gaben was right. Copy protection motivated the sailors. They see this copy protection nonsense. The sailors considered it a challenge. Good morning, Dark Castro. Thank you for dropping me in. They see this as a challenge to be overcome.
And doing useful things for the customer.
Seriously, I really hope that I usually do not say this, but I hope that Gabe Newell saves some of his money that he's rich on to develop some kind of stem cell research or something like that. Develop some kind of a stem cell like research that will extend his lifespan indefinitely. I hope. If there's any billionaire that I hope will actually fulfill the comical stereotype stereotype, villain plot line, villain trope of rich billionaire trying to discover the secret of immortality. I hope it's Gabe Newell. I hope Gabe Newell finds it. I can't imagine what Valve would become if, touchwood, Gabe Newell ever ceases to exist. I can't imagine it. It will scare me it will scare me.
Piracy really becomes sort of a non-issue for us.
All right. Now, here we go. The last subtopic before we are done. So, to answer this question from Justin K, to answer your question, Justin K, I know you're not watching this. I know you coward, you're not watching this, but I will answer your question anyway. Okay, so why don't you tell the bad actors to stop being bad actors making gaming and other tech companies over here? Create a permanent solution that prevents all piracy and such forever. Firstly, there will always exist. There will always be sailors. What you're talking about is fairy tale nonsense. It's like getting mad at your immune system for allergies while it's keeping you alive. Firstly, you are talking a whole load of nonsense. Hachikoi, good night, see you another day. You are talking a whole lot of bloody nonsense to start off with. And secondly, there's a reason why I say it. There is a reason why I said. Wait, wrong. Your customers are your best DRM. What do I mean by this? If you are a business, you are a game developer. You treat your customers with respect. You treat your customers well. You interact, you communicate. You respond to feedback in good faith, as you claim, Justin, good faith. People won't, there is this word, people will know how to do. Lei sik chou nor sik chou. You know what to do, I know what to do. It's very simple. Very simple. It is very simple. And what do I mean by this? What do I mean by this? Your customers are your best DRM. I will give you some examples. And these are probably old examples, but they're examples nonetheless, okay? Let's look at some case studies. There is one part of, let's see. This is an old incident. Oh, shoot. That's my notes. Anyway. There was this game, Serious Sam 3, and the whole idea is that the devs made a cheeky way to punish sailors. Okay? They used to punish sailors in a very interesting way. So if you had an illegitimate copy of Serious Sam 3, what it would do is it would trigger the spawning of an invincible enemy that does a lot of damage to you. And it will know where you are at all times and it will keep chasing after you. And you can do nothing about it other than, well, see how long you can play the game until it kills you, and then you have to start all over again. And you will respawn again, and you keep coming after you. So, This made a lot of sailors very upset. And they were like so shocked and so confused. How do we get past this invincible enemy? So you know what they did? They went into game facts. There used to be a game facts board. So this was the case. Invincible Scorpion help. This was back in game facts. And you know what? You know what the customers, the gamers actually did when they saw this? They laughed. They laughed. They say, some of the people are like, I bought the game legit and that's awesome. Is there any way to mod the invincible enemy in? Invincible Pink Scorpion. The best way to beat the Scorpion is get a job, get real money, buy the game, and the monster is gone. So, as you can see, gamers, this is the first example, gamers can become their own gatekeepers. You make your fan base appreciate you enough, respect you enough, they will gatekeep you from the sailors themselves. You don't need some elaborate anti-tampering or copy protection. You don't need any of that. All you need is to treat your customers with respect. Make them love you, make them like you, not because of some kind of stupid thing like brand loyalty, but because you do the right things and you make them happy. It's that simple. Let's give you another example. This is another big example back in the day. But anyway, let me finish off. Even Redditors back in 15 years ago, Reddit from 15 years ago is a whole different beast. But as you can see, popular. Everyone loved it. All the gamers loved it. They loved it. They are happy. DRM done right, they call it. And they deserve it. They deserve the adoration of the gamers. They deserve to be protected by the gamers from sailors. And you know what? The Serious Sam devs treated the players with respect. They gave the players what they want. And they charged a fair price for the game. So of course, again. You know what to do, I will know what to do. Let's move on to the second example. Another very big one. This was reported back in 2012 with the release of Witcher 2. So, that's not a headline you would expect to see, will you? That's not a headline you expect to see. That's a headline I was not expecting to see either. But there we go, it happened. CD Projekt Red. Back in the old days, they treated their customers with respect. When they released Witcher 2, they also treated their buyers with respect. They released a good game that everyone enjoyed. They released expansions. They released everything at a fair price. And lo and behold, guess what happens? The player base filter out the sailors again. This is not complicated. This is the power of goodwill when you earn it. It's the power of respect earned when you have the respect of your consumers, when you have the trust of your consumers, when you have the adoration of your customers, you do not need DRM. You do not need Denuvo. You do not need copy protection. You do not need anti-tamper. Because your customers will go above and beyond to make sure they will support you. Because they don't want you to cease to exist. They want you to be successful so that they can enjoy more of your creations. It is that simple. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. You know what to do, I know what to do. It's not that complicated, but for some reason, for some very odd, strange reason, these corporations keep refusing to understand the point. They double, triple, quadruple down on their anti-tamper and the copy protection on their online-only DRM license check every month or every fortnight. They keep doubling and tripling down on it. They do not understand. And it's their loss. They had their chance. Build trust within the consumer base. That's all they had to do. But no, they don't want any of that. They want to screw over everyone. Because it's not like this is rocket science. It's not like this is a big mystery. Come on. Gabe Newell made an interview. He gave you the answer. He gave you the answer to such an important question. CD Projekt Red back in 2012 demonstrated the answer. Look at this. I hope this is a very clear message to anyone watching this, especially some of you stupid corporate shills that are on ads, like Justin. You do not know what the hell you're talking about? You do not know what the hell you're talking about. And I'm going to keep adding to this post. I'm going to share this piece. Hold on. This is my last post, lurkers. This is my last post for the... Let me see. Let me grab a screen cap. Let me grab a screen cap so I can paste it. All right. I am sorry for being OCD, lurkers. I'm just formatting my screen caps, my receipts. I'm just formatting my receipts on Paint, so please bear with me for a moment. Okay. Rena, shut up. Okay, lurkers, a little bit of feedback if you're willing to give. What do you think? Since you want to get pedantic on me, sure, I'll bite. Gamers naturally filtered out pirates when CDPR released Reacher 2 back in 2012. Why? Because CDPR treated their customers with respect, gave them a good product at a fair price. So again, the secret to minimizing the pirate issue was clear enough for everyone to see. Build trust and goodwill and build trust, goodwill, and make great products or services, and the customer will know what to do. Correct. Done. Done. Not again? Holy moly, not again. Not again. Not again. Oh, another one. I'll give you another good example. Another good example. This is another good example. Okay? This was from another game called Game Dev Tycoon. So, a bunch of sailors, this is another example, a bunch of sailors, well, they sailed and got a free copy of Game Dev Tycoon. They played the game. They played the game and released their game in the game. And guess what? There is a meta-narrative. Boss, it seems that while many players play our new game, they steal it by downloading a cracked version rather than buying it illegally. If players don't buy the games they like, we'll sooner go or later go bankrupt. Yeah, funny how that works. The dev made a reference. So the whole idea is that if you have a pirated copy of this game, every single game you release in this Game Dev Tycoon pirated copy, every game you release, you'll never get money out of them. Because why? They must steal. Pirates still get the copies for free, and you get no money from it, and eventually your game dev company goes bankrupt. Dark cash flow, and that's the sad thing, isn't it? I hope you. I suspect that will be the case. Funny, that's old CDPR. For now, if you really want to go back to the old days of CDPR, go look at Rebel Wolves and have a look at their upcoming game, which is Bird of the Dawn Walker, which is an interesting game of a half vampire guy. At daytime he's human, at night he transforms into a vampire, so he has the best of both worlds. And of course, a bunch of people a bunch of gamers were like, tough luck, laughed at the pirates. Oh boy, that was an exhausting session. Yep. A happy player base is your best DRM. That's the end of the story. Like I said, the closing statements. Your customers are your best DRM. You make them happy, they'll protect you. True loyalty. Not brand loyalty like these PlayStation fanboys, but true loyalty, the one that you build from your actions. Alright. We're done with the topic. We're done with the presentation like this. We have reached the end. So, any questions, queries? Anything at all? Anything at all? While I wait for your answers, I'm going to take a short break. Okay, that means we are kind of done. We are done with the posts. We're done with the stream's main topic, and we are also done with the stream's main topic, and we are also done with my crippling V-tweeting addiction. I hope. So what am I going to do with the last half an hour? Good question. Lucas, do you want to see some stupidity? Would you like to see some stupidity right now? Would you like to see some stupidity right now? PlayStation Network outage. Okay? Would you like to see some stupidity right now? I got a response. I got a very interesting response. That was Xbox Meanwhile, there's a news report that says Sony. They Sony fanboys can't go 1 second talking about Xbox. Oh my goodness. There are no people more obsessed with... There are no more people more obsessed with Xbox than Sony fanboys. Holy crap. Holy crap. My goodness. I want to repost this because he is deliberately ignoring facts. What am I doing with all of this? Relapse. This is some very interesting. What is wrong? What type of a profile pic is that? What profile pic is this? I will never understand a person who spends their entire waking day hating on a game console. That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. That is absolutely amazing to me. patenting this, patenting that. Are you actually trying to pretend people haven't actively been trying to pirate consoles just because they can? God knows how bad piracy on Switch 1 got right after it launched. All their major titles got hit. Not from a lack of availability or price or anything else, just because people wanted to back when console prices were super cheap and game prices hadn't gone up yet. According to your opinion? Why are you not addressing my points? So you're accusing me of not addressing your points, but you keep changing topics as well. And also, any evidence? Come on. I at least give you some evidence. The least you could do was give me evidence rather than throwing your opinion as fact. Come on now. Come on now. I'm going to take a break. If I'm in the mood, I'll respond to you. If not, I think I have expressed my opinion and my message well enough. So, everything, none of them. They are so upset. The PlayStation fanboys are so extremely upset. Every single thing they post here does not even... Every single thing they post here, so what? Why do you bring up Xbox? I didn't bring up Xbox. Why do you bring up... Why are you bringing up Xbox? So? They're all bad. They use Google Gemini. This clown used Google Gemini. I talked about Google Gemini a lot, and he talks about Google Gemini. I talked about Google Gemini. All they can ever do is what about. All they can ever do is what about. That's all they can do. All they can ever do is what about. That's all they can ever do. I do not understand these people. Lucas, I am so confused by Sony fanboys. They are the only ones who are fighting this non-existent console war. Even people who own an Xbox don't defend Xbox. They just own it. I don't even know what's the point fighting a war that does not exist. What? Well, it is the burner account, isn't it? It is the burner account. It is a burner account. I don't respond to 2026 burner accounts. Okay, fine. I'm not gonna respond to random burner accounts. It's not worth it. If you're going to try and argue with me, use your proper account, or at least use an account that is a few months old. Sorry. I do not tolerate burner accounts. These are some really... This one gets me. This is like the typical... This is like the typical educate yourself bigot. Okay? Would you mind giving me would you mind educating me then? Adam, you obviously know more than I do. Would you mind educating me? Educate me. Educate a simpleton like me. Come on, educate me. Educate me. Educate me. He's not going to educate me, you see. Ah. Hello, Mochan. Welcome back. Just finished my talk, finished my topic. I'm just spending the last few minutes scrolling X and seeing my replies. Oh, such a shock at me not taking a side. Oh, yes, let me see. What did you say? Anything, Mochan? Let me see. Hi, everyone. I want to stop V-tweet. I want to stop V-tweeting Redeem. Hi, welcome, Mochan. Baby needs to be educated. Shut up, Rena. Brett, I'm not Brett. No, to it. Oh, my goodness. Shut up, Rena. Yeah, you can retweet actively and not be miserable, but... Anyway, I hope you are doing well, Mochan. I know you have been busy lately. So make sure to take care of yourself. Stick however long you're able to, but make sure prioritize your priorities, okay? I'm just trying to I will make that as a separate post actually. I'll make that as a separate post. Yeah, hopefully Machan. Okay. Anyone remember the story of the last week? The last Japanese? Most 1974. Hiro Onoda. Okay. I am so going to do a little bit of a trivia for you all, Nurkis. A little bit of a trivia for you all. During World War II, there was this Japanese intelligence officer. His name is Onoda Hiro, and basically his entire story was that for decades after the end of World War II and Japan officially surrendered, he still held the line and was in his army post till 1974. And and you know what? His retired major had to come out of retirement just to order him to stand down and surrender. That is quite something. I want to find a good picture. Let me close some tabs so I can... I've got so many tabs to close, honestly. All right. Okay. Okay. Yes. Afterwards, oh, yeah, what a weird story truly, Bochan. It is a very, very weird story. Is there a good image summary other than this? I don't want to use the Guardian. I want something more easy to digest. I need to find a very good I want to find a good image. I want to find a good image that does not require too much context for me to explain. This seems like a good one. I think this is a good one. Let me try and load it. Let me try and load it. Let me try and load it. I hope that it appears, it loads. Oh my god, horrible, horrible. This is a good one. This is damn it. The image is not there. Wait, no. Nope. The image is not there. Why is it so hard to get an image that I need? Why is it so hard? Oh no. Not this again. Not this again. I'm so... Well, right now is the post... We have the pre-stream, now we have the post-stream lurkers. So I'm just V-tweeting quickly. Oh my goodness, I need a higher res image. I need a higher res image. Why is it so hard to get? Do I have a good image? I really am looking for a good one. Oh, this is a good one. I hope it loads. I hope it loads properly. This will be probably good. This will be a good one. Oh yeah, it is a good one. This is a good one. Okay, this is good. Yes, this seems... I think this is good. Perfect. Alright, enough making fun of PlayStation fanboys, lurkers. Enough of making fun of PlayStation fanboys. Very, very enough. So, lurkers, this is the post I made. Oh, there is a capital S. There is a capital S. There is a capital S. I didn't know that. April. What now? What? Oh dear. Already? You deleted already? Oh, you did delete already. Ah. There is, but it's funnier lowercase. So fast! So fast! Oh my goodness, so fast he deleted that post! Oh my god. Alright. I think we are officially done for the day. For the month, actually. Yep, today is the last day of April. Interestingly, it's the last day of April. The last day. April. Shut up, Rina. Anyway. That kind of concludes April streams. It has been quite a tiring and interesting month because I've actually went all in on a lot of things. Really. I tried weekend streams, which I will add into regular streams, I think. Okay? So, what's the closing statement? What closing off? Okay, Lucas, closing off. What is the closing off statements? Well, firstly, I will be organizing my schedules for May quite soon. I'm going to be organizing my schedules for May quite soon, so you will hear more, you will see a post or two, maybe either tomorrow or over the weekend. And I will brief you all on the days and the times, okay, Lucas? But for now, that concludes April streams. And once again, thank you all of you lurkers for supporting me and being here every single day, every single time I stream, and I'm very, very grateful. So with that out of the way, I'm going to conclude today's streams. But let's go see who to raid. I want to raid someone a bit different that I've usually never raided. Let me have a look. Let me see. We shall raid. Oh. Can't raid. I can't raid them. Looks like that's not gonna happen. The person I want to raid, I cannot raid, so instead I'll raid Orko. I'll raid Orko, okay? It is what it is. It is what it is. Nana Kisama, shut up, please. Raid the JP VTuber. I don't have any other persons to raid actually. Do you have any suggestion? Chan, do you have any suggestions at all? I don't think any JP VTubers that I've been following are raidable right now. There is Clockwoman Crony, but I don't feel like raiding Crony. There is Smash JT, but he disabled raiding, so I can't raid him also. So it's kind of unfortunate. The only people available right now are Orko and Smash JT. They're in my direct follows list at least. Again, let me have a double check. Let me double check again. Let me double check if I can raid Smash. Or he really hasn't turned it on yet. Nope. Nope. I guess we are sticking with... Orko then. Okay? We are sticking with Orko then. Is Kson... That's a good question. Is Kson readable? Let me have a look. Kson. Is she even streaming? Oh yes, Kson is on air, in fact, and she is raidable. Let's do Kson. We haven't raided Kson. Let's go Kson. Perfect. Kson. Okay. Thank you, Lucas, for being here, and we'll stick around for Kson. Stick around for Kson if you want to. Until then, thank you for being here, and I will see you all. Soon, next week. Probably next week. Likely next week. Okay? I'll see y'all next week. And you'll be made by then. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Machan, for dropping in. You feel a disturbance in the air? I hope not. But anyway, thank you, Machan, for dropping in. Hopefully, the next stream you'll be here for longer periods of time and you get more free time. But I'll see you all. Stick around for the raid.